I'm the best fighter, I'm the best player, I'm the best controller. That's it.
I like the confidence. Akira, thank you so much for joining me. How are you today?
I'm good. What about you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. Excited to talk to you about your trio with Kurama and Werex. Do you feel like this trio is a better team for you?
Yes, my trio now is better because like Kurama and Werex are my best friend. It's more easy to play with them and have like chemistry, you know.
Who does what on the team?
Kurama is my leader on my trio. Werex is the frag and I am the support.
How do you feel about your team going into Major 3?
I'm confident. I know we can play for the win this major.
And the Global Championships is in Lyon. Does that affect how you feel about Major 3 and your need to win?
Yeah, I need to call to my country, you know, my country land. It's a big thing for me. I have a lot of fun and I'm very proud.
Near you have trios like Pink, Kiro and Nebs. How did you find that in Major 2?
We just fighted them before Major 3 and we show like they can't fight us because we are better than them.
Do you think that you are the strongest trio from France?
Yes, I think. Because last placements we have the best placement in France. Major 2 we did good. So that's why we are the best.
If you go to the Fortnite Global Championships in Lyon, not only is it at home, it is also your first LAN, is that right?
Yeah, it's right. So that's why I need to qual.
What do you think the big difference would be for you and your playing?
For me, it's not a big difference. I know how to play on stage. I don't think it will be a hard thing for me. I'm confident.
And for you, who is your biggest competition when it comes to Europe and Major 3?
The best team is obviously Pixie, Vaniac and Marius.
If you were to drop on Flooded Frogs, who would win in that Osborne fight?
Me against Vaniac? Me, of course. I'm the best fighter, I'm the best player, I'm the best controller.
Which controller players do you respect?
Every controller. I respect every controller player. I respect more my teammate, Kurama. Big controller player. You will see him in 1 year, he will win everything with me. We can put search, we can fight, we can win, we can do everything.
Before I let you go, where can we find you online?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch. It's Akira Hell2. And on Twitter, it's Akira FM.
Parfait. Merci à vous. This is the FNCS Europe Major 3 Finals. 6 games down, 6 more to go, and we'll be sending 4 more teams to the Global Championships in Lyon. I'm Frankie Ward. I'm joined by Leven2k and Mini Miner. And Mini Miner, my friends, is now 25. He is a birthday man. Let's celebrate. Leven, have you got any words of wisdom for this young gun?
Yeah, man. Hey, enjoy your time in Fortnite while it lasts, buddy.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see some W's in chats, some M's in chats for Mini. Mini, how's the birthday so far?
Yeah, it's been good. Thank you. I'm officially a boomer now. Apparently, I'm an unk. I've been called all the names. I think this is it now for my Fortnite Pro career hopes. I think now this is the final nail in the coffin, but we'll see. We'll see.
Right.
But it
I'll
feels
be looking
good.
for a new duo partner soon, actually.
I think you've been doing that already.
Now you've branded both of us boomers, I think I'll be looking for a new friend. Let's head to the leaderboard and just remind ourselves of what happened on day 1 of the Major 3 Finals. There's a lot of big names in the first page of results, but we have to talk about the fact that Fredoxy just had the biggest comeback yesterday.
Absolutely. There's always going to be big names on the EU day 1 leaderboard, man. We have so much talent in this region and so much talent stepping up, man. When you talk about Chino's trio in particular, they really put on a show for us towards the back end of the day yesterday, Mini.
Yeah, it took a little bit of getting going for them. They didn't quite figure out the whole lobby. I think the way that they play, they like to try and play aggressive. They like to try and play close quarters. They like to try and play with their shotguns. So I think they just took them a little bit of a while to figure out who can we actually W here? Who can we actually get our surge from? And that seemed to be working out very well for them. It was that one game, wasn't it? That 21 elim record-breaking, record-equaling game as well that really set them up for success.
And there's a serious determination on the side of this team because they came second in Major 2. They then had a disappointing showing in Group 1, so they had something to prove yesterday, Leven.
Absolutely. I mean, look, there's been question marks about whether or not this team was going to continue their form from last season, right? When a team sort of pops out of nowhere almost and has a grand final performance like they did, the typical expectation is they will revert back to type the next season, move back, especially when you have players who've been around for a long time. It's not like these guys are all just really new players, right? The newest one, I guess you'd say, is Chino, but Pablo and Fred have been kicking it in EU at a high level for quite some while now, some years now. And to see them now sort of reach their peaks almost, right? Reach a prime where they're just performing at the highest level, all of them feeling it, you know, it's so fun to watch right now, Mini.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, each of them have had their glimpses, their moments. I know it was sort of late Chapter 4, I believe it was, when Pablo was sort of one of the favorites to win an FNCS. And back then, that was his sort of breakout year. Then didn't really have as great of a time. But now it's lovely to see this sort of resurgence. And the way that these guys are playing, Leven, is so good. Their aggressiveness is amazing.
Yeah, like these guys truly are playing in a way I think a lot of teams can't match. When you're looking at how they're actually getting a lot of their surge and sort of the mid-game, the way they're taking fights, 21% of their damage in zones 1 to 5 is with their shotguns being dealt. Let me tell you something right now. In the top 10, there is not a single team anywhere near 21%. The best you'll get is like CZB and Axe Force's trio, who I think do 13% of their damages with shotguns, right? Every other team in the top 10 is literally doing like very minimal. I say very minimal, Mini. Literally like 5 of teams have done 0% of their damage with shotguns in mid-game. So it shows you these guys are aggressive. They take fights. They have the most limbs in the lobby, the second most damage. They are ready to get in your face with their shotguns and put you to work.
Yeah, and it reminds me of the play-ins when all 3 of them led the damage stats for that entire play-ins, and that's so rare to see. Every single member of a trio pulling their own weight, and you can see it in those stats right there. They're so aggressive, they're so dominant in those fights, and I think in this sort of meta where teams are sort of basing up and trying to go for damage that way, being that sort of thorn in the side for those teams when they don't know you're coming, that can be so beneficial to have right now.
And it could be that it's a short walk from Supernova Academy to Lone Wolf Lair, but it also seems like Fredoxy and Co keep their eye on the leaderboard because they were in second position going into Game 6 yesterday, so they decided to pay their closest rivals a visit, Mini Miner.
Yeah, this was a really nice play, and this is exactly what I was just talking about. They have this in their locker, their ability to sneak up on teams, and of course, this was onto their main rival yesterday in game number 6 in Seti's team, who got snuck up on by Fredoxy and taken out, which allowed Fredoxy's team to actually go ahead and take first place. After a really solid performance from Seti all day, Leven, it was not a bad performance from them at all. I think an overachieving performance from what a lot of people expected.
I'd agree. I'd have to agree. I think the key thing is, again, Fredox's trio optimizing, playing to their strengths, I'm always going to back teams who do that.
I want to back Setu's team right now, though, because if we think back to the group stage, we had some questions about this new trio and whether it was going to work, whether Setu's best days were behind him. But yesterday, they looked like the most consistent team straight out the gate, 11.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you look at how these guys are playing, like Minnie said, I think it was a surprise to many people. When you look at the names on paper, it's a performance you could have expected, right? You look at the trajectories of all three of these players. Yes, Seti's coming off of maybe a year and a half where people were doubting his ability, doubting whether his best days are behind him. But in the case of Panzer and Yapko, things haven't been better for these guys in some time, right? These guys are playing in their prime form, peak form, and we really saw that in the server yesterday, Minnie.
Yeah, we did. They came out swinging. They played really, really well in those sort of end games as well, being able to turn games on their head when they did got them into first place. Now we've seen where there could be some gaps in their strategy. So maybe some other teams might be looking to exploit that. Hopefully they've got plans to stop it.
Oh, I'm wondering now, are we going to see another Vino does Teeny on Lone Wolf Flare? We'll have to wait till Game 7 to see. Let's head over to our casters, though, Taco and Takata, to catch up with their thoughts on day one.
The lights are very bright right now, Frankie, and I just cannot wait to see who's going to end up rising to the occasion, because there are so many opportunities, I think, here in day two. 2-day formats, more games, more chances for players to try and overtake. And when I look at a team, I have to be direct. Pick Storm Demas. Spotlight on you guys right now. These guys are uncontested here today for right now, at least what the drop map is telling us, Takata. And they're coached by Sven, who I think you might want to fill in the audience what's going on right now with Sven's teams.
Yeah, well, there was a record that was actually broken, and it was by a trio that Sven is coaching on Asia, Coyote, Rise, and Yuma. They got 8 victory royales in the grand finals of Asia FNCS, alongside, I think, 6 of them in a row, maybe even 7 in a row, breaking back-to-back records. Also, shout out to Alex on OCE alongside Resigns and Anon. They had just broken the record as well on OCE, and 1 hour later, it got broken again on Asia. But yes, it was by a trio that Sven is coaching, and Sven is coaching here, like you mentioned. Another trio, which is currently in 11th place, picks Darm and Demas. So hopefully they can get a strong comeback today, Taco.
Yeah, we could look at a runaway narrative, or we could possibly see some real comeback opportunities, but at least we've got Frankie, Minnie, and Levin to let us know more.
Thank you so much. And speaking of comebacks, why don't we take a look at the leaderboard again, but skip on to page 2, because there are some trios that have not booked their spot in Leon yet who really do need a comeback. If we talk about Cammy, Chari, and iDrop, they're currently in 12th, which is surprising, Levin, when you consider they got the first victory royale of day one.
Yeah, I mean, it is, it is, but or maybe it isn't. Minnie, I want to know your thoughts on this, because obviously when you looked at the map and people saw contest and they were like, hold on a minute, this could be a tough day for Cam. We know how him and Hari have dealt with being contested in the past. But ultimately, they started really well. And I think what's clear to me is that these guys understand how to play this season. They understand the meta. You see them here on your screens. Playing in the Storm is something that we associate with Cammy now over the years, something we know he's very comfortable doing. We saw them with some really nice ideas in terms of camping and catching people out who are surge basing. And so, again, it feels like they have a good pulse on the meta and how they need to play. It just comes down to the execution, Minnie.
Yeah, they had an explosive start, didn't they, with that first game win? Massive 13 eliminations in that as well. And I think, yeah, you're right. They have got a really good read on the meta. My main question for this team going into the weekend was, how are they going to survive off Spawn? What's going to happen there? As you mentioned, Cammy hasn't had the best time. They've been really, really solid there. They haven't had any trouble off Spawn. They've actually been making it to these end games really consistently. It is just those final couple of a few eliminations, finding that little bit of a refresh, those later games surge damage as well for this trio, which is important. So I think that's where they're struggling right now, where they didn't have that problem in game number 1. So expecting big things from these guys. We've seen it already. Can they do it again?
I have to say that last weekend, watching Akira, Kurama, and Werex, we'll see them on the leaderboard in a moment. They're in 14th position at the moment. Watching them last weekend, I was so surprised and pleased by how well they played. And so, Minimine, I'm confused as to why they're not able to bring this to this lobby. Is it just such a strong lobby they can't compete?
I mean, it's tough for them, right? I mean, we've had a lot of southwest zones, and I think that's ultimately going to be the reason that they're going to give as to why they didn't have a great day one here. Of course, they're landing towards that northeast side of the map, and they have had some glimpses of shining Levin. They had a nice little third place yesterday. Then they couldn't actually get into the single-digit placements after that. So it just seems to be consistently getting to those end games and finding that pop-off moment that we associate with this trio. That's the main problem for them right now.
Yeah, look, this is going to be the theme for a lot of these teams we talk about on this side of the leaderboard now. So let's look at the zones, right? Let's take a look at the zones, because I think there is something there. We see players blame zones all the time, right? But I think there is something we need to highlight in that, look, we have all these zones pulling towards the sort of southwest, like you mentioned, Minnie. And what ends up happening, especially this season with this meta, we understand how teams are playing for Surge. We understand how a lot of these mid-games are playing out. I mentioned it earlier, I'll mention it again. When you look at the top 10, there's about 4 teams who literally did 0% of their damage with shotguns in the mid game, right? Teams are in bases, they are looking for these long distance tags. If you are a team who is nowhere near where the zone is pulling towards, you have less time to sit up in a base and get tags. Maybe you do have the time to get up in a base and have tags, but some of the other teams around you don't quite have the loot, don't feel confident, so they're not even thinking about that. They're trying to run to zone. It makes your game a lot more difficult, and I think we're seeing that problem for Akira's trio. Obviously, they're landing way up there in the northwest. I think it's the same for a team nearby them in Pink's trio, right? We obviously, had big hopes for Pink's trio today. We thought that they could be a team that calls for globals, and I still think they can be, but they were a team, I think, especially who struggled with zones today, being the team that lands the furthest northwest on the map. And so, again, they were able to make it to a fair amount of end games, right? You're seeing them having to fight here in the Storm because, again, they can't play how they want. The zone is going so far. They need to get the damage here and now. But Miniminer, the key thing is, they can play well enough to get to end games, but if you've just played the whole game playing on your back foot stretched, you're going to get to these end games and it just becomes so difficult to actually make plays to keep you pushing in it.
Yeah, you're just late at the end of the day, right? Everyone else is rotated in, they're all set up, they're all got good loot, and then teams like Pink, Nebs and Kiro, they've been fighting in the Storm, they haven't been able to find that success, and I think that was a key reason why I think their best placement yesterday was 10th in one of the games, so definitely not something that we'd associate with the level of this trio. I think for them, if they can get a few more of these zones now today, that'll be really good for them, but it's all about how they can manage those longer pulls now. Hopefully they've learned some strats.
So we talked about zones, but is that something that's impacting Savage's trio? Because we started to see them have a resurgence towards the end of the day yesterday, Miniminer, but they don't have a time for a slow start today.
Yeah, again, it's one of those teams that have shown glimpses. They had a nice second place. We saw some clutches from Mr. Savage. We saw some moments where they have shined in endgame, but very similar to the previous 2 trios. The zones haven't been in their favor. I saw Reason posting on socials that I think this is 2 seasons in a row now where they land on one side of the map and the zones are on the complete other side on day 1. So they have been unfortunate in that regard. But when it comes to the way that these guys play, I think they can qualify for globals still, Levin. And I don't think it's all about zones for them. I think they can avoid some of the problems that they had yesterday, but of course the zones aren't going to help.
Yeah, it's not, right? When you look at the percentage numbers I was talking about in terms of percentage of damage dealt with shotguns in mid-game, these guys were actually on the higher end of the top half of the leaderboard. I think about 14% of their mid-game damage was done with shotguns, and I felt like that was out of necessity for them. It's because, they didn't have teams to take long-distance tags out. They had to get in people's faces and fight. And I think we'll probably see a bit more of that today. Hopefully they can get some favorable zones. It's always funny with Savage because obviously the pressure of the communities are there. I'm sure he had thousands of people turning into Coach Raz and Coach Blood, trying to give advice on how they should do things, what they should do. I think these guys understand what they need to do. They just need a bit more luck on their side, I reckon, today.
So of the trios we've discussed then, who has the best chance of making it within those qualification spots for Leon Levin?
Ooh. I think let's assume we're getting some more North zones today. I feel really good about Pink's trio. I think even with how difficult the games were yesterday, they still are making it to end games and getting in decent enough positions that I think they can work with it.
Minnie?
For me, it's Cammy. I think they've been playing really well getting to end game, even though the zones haven't necessarily been in their favor either. They just need to make the most of those end games.
Well, there's no day 2 multiplier here, and there's no second chances. There's just 6 games between these trios and their dream spot in Leon. Let's kick off with Game 7.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, what's interesting is there are 4 trios that will qualify to the Global Championship, but That is currently 9th place on the leaderboard, Taco. So although only 4 qualify, right now it's pretty far down because there is a lot of trios that are already qualified to the Global Championship in that top end of the leaderboard. I believe the cutoff is 229 points. We got 6 more matches to be played out today. And let's get right into game number 7.
Given yesterday's results, it really wouldn't surprise me for the expectations to kind of be set right now, Takata, that there will on today's matches.
Who did their homework? Who put in the work behind the scenes? Time will tell as we kick things off. Right now, the top placing trio that is yet to qualify to the Global Championship is Seti, Yapko, Panzer in second. But one of the main topics of day 1 was obviously Demon's Domain, Queasy, Swizzy, Merstash up against Malibuka's trio, but looks like they're not going to be contesting them this time around.
No, Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy have got to hit the drawing board for what their Surge strategy is going to look like outside of having that initial Ospawn contest, because Surge was definitely something that became a very immediate problem for so many of our teams, especially by the time we got to first moving. And so here today, the teams that are kind of pushed into these like outskirt positions on the map, I think that they've got to be on red alert for getting third-partied.
100%. This is a fight that has been going on since yesterday, so it's continuing once again. And Sato was actually leading the pack in terms of the leaderboard to kick things off, but getting dropped down instantly in this engagement, leaving Karma now to fall shortly after. Clown, Gabix, and Waze will take home game 7 and have a potential to get a comeback.
Smart to just go for the outright 50-50 though, and that seems to be the case over by the outpost too. Volko, Vadil, Cringe. Handful of remarks exchanged back and forth between these two teams over social, so there's a lot on the line here today. And it's really about, if you win the Ospawn, making sure that you translate it to a big performance in your endgame when you are one of these contested teams early on. Vadil, Cringe, Snazy still looking to see if they can maybe suppress back Icy and Clement. They want to be wary. Snazy still lurking. Might be able to find a good flank opportunity here. Ice going to apply some pressure overhead. Vadil fall back a little bit. They're getting pushed pretty deep into this little enclave. But Snazy opens up with the first elimination onto Volko. Vadil and Cringe now left to try and scatter, but they're just so cornered. And Vadil will finally bail out the opposite direction. Tries to go from behind. Snazy gonna be taken out. 1 HP and a dream currently for Vadil here in game 7. Still trying to break through the floor underneath, but Clement, he's just so healthy. Cringe has to make an immediate wraparound. Cringe needs to alleviate some pressure here for Vadil. But Vadil, he's just stuck waiting. And this might be a revive, but Clement, he won't be able to secure it. Pressured one more time. Cringe, he's doing everything, but Vadil is going to be the one that could potentially settle the score here. And this is dragging out much longer than we would have anticipated, Takata, given how things kicked off.
No, that's good for Vadil, though, because it's exactly what he needed to do. He was so low HP, he had to wait for those Siphon heals to come through from the 2 knocks and another big pump. The back-to-back-to-back triple big shots connecting for Vadil to clean up this match in the early game. I'm getting too excited, Taco. What a way to kick things off. Hopefully they can push that forwards now. Not the best start in day 1, but now with an early game like that, they have what it takes.
It's definitely going to help out with a lot of the early surge. So many teams kind of understanding that you need right around 800 damage dealt by the time you hit 3rd zone. Otherwise, you are going to be in a world of trouble for those surge thresholds. A really nice clutch up, though, from Vadil and Cringe, but got to tab in with action elsewhere on the map. Artist getting pressed right now by Kylie, Robin, and Timu. This is another one of our teams that's really looking to try and have some big performances. You don't really want to rock too close to that middle of the pack area, but Kylie, nice job chasing down Ifrozi. It's already going to be 2 eliminations here for Kylie, Timu, and Robin. And with another party lurking in the distance, probably best to just take your wins.
Yeah, you don't want to push it too far, especially when you're starting things off in day 2. Cammy, Hari, iDrop. Now there's a trio that I think it was Mini Miner said he's got faith for them to qualify. They're currently sitting in 12th place. Had a super strong start to the day yesterday. Things slowed down later on, but they're really only like 24 points behind the qualifying range for the Global Championship currently. So one good match here in Game 7 could be enough to put them into a spot.
This is another one of our fan favorite teams, Savage, Chap, and Reason. They're only about 8 placements given the current standings of the leaderboard. And that could be the difference from making it to Lyon or not. I'll have to check back in to see what sort of developments take place for them, but right back over to where Robin, Kylie, and Timu are still based up at Kappa Kappa Factory. Haven't really been able to stray too far after that initial fight they took. Getting slightly held by that other trio, but it does look like they'll end up bailing out, so that's going to give some space now for Kylie, Robin, and Timu to begin making their way out of their last position.
2,200 damage. The average amount that you needed in Storm Surge throughout the day yesterday just shows the amount of tags
This is bad.
that these trios are doing. But our number one trio, Pablo, was knocked on the ground. Shino Ferdoxy were able to pick him up. We know they tend to go extra aggressive off the start or their uncontested drop. At Supernova quickly rotate over to Pump Power or other surrounding areas, but without a single elimination yet and having one teammate knocked down, where did things potentially go wrong here? Our leaders of yesterday getting aggro with it once again, trading for country, but Pablo's going to quickly get picked back up, so it looks like they have been successful here.
Unfortunate circumstance there. You can kind of just see Ferdaj off in the distance. He wasn't close enough to provide that support, but Pump Power getting keyed by Ferdoxy's trio has been a hand-in-hand combination since yesterday, and that seems to be their intentions going through today now. But other teams that are just acquiring their surge through these bases, the big thing to really keep an eye out for today, Takata, is to see what teams are potentially looking to just start dropping on teams that they recognize as like setting up surge bases. In NA, I think we saw like a great example of teams kind of interrupting each other's like trading methods for surge strategy. And when a team's just getting pressed, it causes the entire map to shift.
Oh, this is big. Vico Venoflixi pushing off the Seti's trio. Seti's currently in 2nd place. Taking them out this early could be detrimental to their spot on the leaderboard as they continue the pursuit. It's looking like it's in Vico Venoflixi's hands.
Yapko gonna alleviate a little bit of pressure there for Panzer, but Panzer is still trying to get close enough for Yapko to prevent Vico, but it's just Veno chopping them both out. Panzer isolated one more time, but Flixi just kind of waiting the call to be made, whether or not they want to give chase or forfeit it for right now, but they've claimed Lone Wolf at this point, Takata.
That they have. To go back to the, surge basing talks, I want to point back to what Levin was saying as well. It does depend a lot on where these zones do pull. It helps greatly if it pulls towards you and you kind of are looking to make one of those bases. It gives you a lot more time to make that, do that damage. But that's also going to cause the threshold to be even higher. So for the other trios that have to make that rotate, it's a world of difficulty. Robin, Timu now have lost Kylie. They were looking like the aggressors before this, but now the tables have turned.
Robin just really hoping, holding their breath right now alongside Timu. They're not going to be spotted, but unfortunately their position is given away. Robin, now recognizing the dangers, just trying to see if they're going to be able to disengage entirely. Ivan, Ifrozi, and Artist, they might decide to give chase here. It looks like they fully understand that Surge is not going to build itself these opportunities outside, deep inside of the storm. You need to make sure that you are capitalizing on them, especially when you're a healthy trio like this. But Ivan, one more time, pressuring 2 separate angles here. They're just pinching in onto Timu. Timu 2 just barely still left standing here, but it's going to be Robin who actually is eliminated first. Still 3 eliminations now for Ifrozi, Artist, and Ivan. And that's definitely a tough break.
Good way to kick it off. We'll have to rotate the zone now. From Kappa Kappa, it is going to be a bit far, but they're good for now. See a quick replay of how Ivan was able to piece up Kylie, knock him down before that kind of disengagement did come through. Kararma, Werix, and Akira Day 2. See if he lives up to his name here and make something happen for a qual. They are in qualifying range, to be fair. They're quite close to that 9th place cutoff on how the leaderboard currently stands. So maybe a bit more northeast zones could help them out. But if that's not the case, a performance will do enough.
Yeah, what we're really looking for, though, is to see whether or not this major is going to confirm our first French native players to the Global Championship. I mean, it's in Lyon after all, Takada, so I know that France is definitely going to be getting loud for some of their players that are competing today. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, though, they won out Major 2. Blade of Champion wielders still looking to just try and defend that title. But they have a lot of work cut out for them, Takada.
Oh my gosh.
That might help a bit.
That's insane.
That is a disturbing amount of healing resources. Plenty of shield, plenty of white meds. Flixie, Venovico, they're just going to keep playing as aggressively as they did yesterday, but a big cutoff. I was looking at Big Storm and Demas, and to now see Venovico and Flixie playing spoiler. The Polish trio, Pix and Darm, are also just getting further and further backed into a corner here. But they could still try to fight their way out of this. You never know. Third-party intervention could also start to play a part here. Flixie, Veno, Vico just trying to make sure they keep their back part covered while also continuing to apply steady pressure here. They know they can take this apart, but Veno, it's going to be the challenge against Pix that he ends up losing. Fortunately for Veno, he's still got Vico and Flixie to rely on, and the supportive measures are there. They've got to be quick because Werix, Akira, Karama, they definitely overheard all that commotion.
Just with a sliver of HP, Veno was able to get picked back up. Seems like Demas Darm Pix want to play a bit more aggressive. They're the perfect trio to do that, but when you have to go against Vico, Veno, Flixie, that is quite literally the top competition to go against. Seti seems to still be down. Yapko Panzer kind of waiting it out right on top of the reboot van.
They know that Ghost and Hyper likely looking to try and do the exact same thing. Want to make a reboot play, bring their trio back up and running. But Yapko and Panzer, they definitely are just trying to be cautious because they know even if they try and tackle Hyper and Ghost directly for the 2v2, it's just so likely where they're currently sitting that another trio will just roll on over and then clean up both of them. So they just got to take their time with this.
They really do. So if they were Akira and Kararma again, I see wasn't sure if they were on loot or just kind of basing up here for next zone. Yeah, they're going to use the Supernova Academy rotate potentially, but you can kind of use this to drop on top of Brutal Boxcars in the early games if you're playing, play-ins and going for some quick aggro matches. But for now, they picked up a bit of extra loot, and they're going to be chilling for a bit.
They might also just be looking at camp it in general to try and prevent a team that's been playing from inside of the storm from a quick rotate. But a lot of sneak methods.
Oh.
A lot of new strategies, but one thing that stays the same is surge basing is still a big favorite here in EU. Pablo, though, just trying to be careful, doesn't want to
What happened to Verdoxy?
get fully knocked in. Definitely, it's seemingly an uphill battle here in Game 7 for Gina Pablo. Not sure when they ended up losing Verdoxy along the way, but too many teams in the surrounding area for them to be able to look for a direct reboot just yet, and it's gonna burn so much time away from Pablo and Chino.
There's not a lot of times you kind of hope for a far zone pull, but when you're looking for a reboot and the zone pulls back onto you, it means your opponents aren't going to leave anytime soon, so making it even more difficult to get that reboot off on for Doxy.
Trouble in the tunnel, so at Foxy Floodgate for Mappy. We saw them kind of kicking things off there at the end of Game 6 yesterday, so Game 7, it's really just about finding that spark that's going to ignite your team, really get that fire underneath them. And Frenek, Dinas, Geras, we are having the desk wishes be answered here, Takada, because this zone is continuing to pull in that northward direction. And that could pose a serious problem here for Dinas, Frenek, and Geras, notorious for playing very strongly through those south zones, but the north one could be a much different story.
We'll see how it does play out. They're currently in qualifying spot for Global, so I don't think they're going to do anything too risky to kick things off today, but it looks like Fredoxy will be rebooted back into the match. Now, they have to go through a bit of a difficult rotate if Fredoxy doesn't go down. Upple cracked. Does get out, though, it seems, with literally might be at 1 HP, but he's still on his feet, which is what matters.
That south side of zone, though, is going to start to get real congested real fast, and that's why Upple, Mixon, Focus, they're just trying to see if they can beat some of these other teams towards the positional advantages. Teenix V, Trulex already made their way into that south side edge of zone, and now teams having a little bit of breathing room. Put down a Dash Sprite, make sure you're fully charged up, but so many small forms of healing kind of just being littered everywhere, Takada. It's just a lot of small shield potions that players are relying on, but Upple definitely needs some HP.
100%. Team that isn't his end has a desperate need is Quizzy, Swizzy, Mustache. We saw them dominate a lot of matches yesterday.
It's got to be the
Now
most
that they
common
have-
tongue twister, right? The Quizzy
Yeah,
thing.
I always say Quizzy. I keep saying Quizzy, and I don't know why. I guess Swizzy. I'm doing it again. You know, I'm going to leave that trio for now. Akira, quick pickup onto Fincheck.
It's okay. We know it's just because they work like they're one unit with Quizzy as the mastermind, but the way that Swizzy and Mustache seem like extensions, just their fragging capability is insane. And Karama, Akira, Werex, they've got to keep trying to find some of these refreshes, and they're not the only team that's feeling a little bit pressured right now. Pablo, Chino, Fredoxy having to play for that super late reboot because of where all the traction was at. Just too many teams surrounding them for them to play for an earlier reboot on Supernova, and now they're kind of just being held by Pink, Nebs, Kyoto. We need to see a big performance as well from Pink, Nebs, and Kyoto, given that Game 7 is somewhat heading in their favor.
Ooh, Fredoxy does get cracked. Crazy stat. I knew I wasn't losing my mind yesterday when I was seeing the shots that Fredoxy was hitting with those revolvers. 5 times more damage than anyone else. As now it looks like the push might come through. Neb's doing a good job, though. Trying to hold his opponents back. More than enough surge. They don't have to take the peaks here. They know if their opponents are desperate, they don't want to risk any big opening, but Chino might just force his way in, overtaking their spot right now. As Pink and Nebs are put into a world of panic. If they end up getting focused here, it would be terrible to them.
They know Pablo, Chino, Fredoxy, they are desperate and they are willing to key the moment that they were able to get that initial knock onto Kyoto. They wanted to see if they could find even more. Pink incredibly low, but Pablo loses his shield. Pablo's gonna get knocked, and now Chino, Fredoxy left to try and see whether or not they can make a play for the revive, but Pink, Nebs, they come charging in. They don't want to allow that revive opportunity. Pablo's going to be eliminated. Chino, Fredoxy, they'll be forced to use one of their Menace grenades. And now Chino pulling back. Fredoxy pulling back. They were able to at least get a little bit of assets off of the body, but that is a big loss here.
Yeah, that is so tough for Pink, Nebs, and Kiro. They were in a prime position. Zone even pulled very close to them. They had the higher ground, and now they're in the mud without a teammate. A lot lower on mats and heals. But as a duo, I got confidence they can still make something happen. When you're the best of the best on the region, you got to be able to clutch up moments like these. As now, shots are going to be continuing to come through. Nebs almost getting cracked for Doxy. forced to pop a big.
Seems like Nebs might be trying to re-spark that conversation with Ferdoxy, but Ferdoxy Chino definitely winning that last exchange. Now Nebs finally look to just play into his chug jug, but Pink and Nebs, they're definitely just cornered by the lobby. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally, as Pink continues trying to see if there's some space he can look to retreat further back to. It's just so hard to play through the low ground when you've lost your fragger. And for Doxy Chino, they are feeling that similar pressure. The lobby has taken note of what's come up short for these teams that are stuck behind in the congestion.
Red's gonna go down. Red now peeking behind, seeing if he can find any opening, any players that are rotated in with not too much HP, and he might just find one as the shots come through. A quick elimination for Fred, as he's going to use the misform to get back in zone.
There's just so many pre-existing builds cutting him off, and Ferdoxy will make it back. But that was a little bit of a saving line, a little bit of silver lining here for Chino and Ferdoxy. They're really just trying to build up whatever placement points they can. Takata, they're just looking to extend their lead however possible.
Oh.
But trouble is on the horizon for plenty of our teams, even in the low ground. Still, Tayson and Atreus. It's looking like we're going to see a lot of duo action in these final zones.
Yeah, looking like duo FNCS. I did see Cammy and his full trio up on height. If they're able to hold on to it, hopefully we can see them kick off a big game here. But Gyros, Fernek, Dinas want to hold on to that qualifying spot in a great position, actually. Yapko and Panzer have played this whole game out basically without SETI. Let's see how many points they can clutch up as a duo.
Yapko and Panzer trying not to draw too much attention, but Veno, Vico, Flixie have zero intentions of letting them actually roll towards this front side low position. They're making Yapko burn through so much material, just trying to hold these walls even, but Chaos on the high ground. Vanya, Pixie, Matias, they finally made their move, and Cammy, he's been eliminated. Matias gonna immediately fall right back to the high ground, and now Pixie just relentless, spraying underneath, and teams are definitely feeling that turnover of height.
I might have spoke too soon. Zone has pulled back onto mainland as Chino picks up a quick elimination onto Dinas now. Alongside Ferdoxy, the duo is continuing to look quite strong, but over time, I think after this rotate, if they don't get another refresh, the mats are going to be incredibly low. The good news is they pulled zone, so they can play it slow.
Convenient medkit find there too for Ferdoxy. 3 eliminations, every little bit helps. Vanya, Matias, Pixie still strongly overhead, but there are plenty of teams that are definitely looking to take it right back from them. Swizzy, Quizzy, Merstash, Prieta nearly bringing Ferdoxy down all the way, but Swizzy, he sees the opportunity slip through their fingers. Same might not happen though with Nebs here. He's lurking, he's wary, he knows there's a team playing through this frontside low, but Chino, Ferdoxy, they're also just trying to conserve as much material as they can, hoping to pick off another straggler that's coming through, even more shambles than them. And Chino will find it in Nebs, but there's only so much that they can split between each other. Swizzy, Quizzy, now having to play through the low, and Swizzy comes up big time. Chap gonna be eliminated, but it's a short-lived victory there for Swizzy. Clean trio wipes, and Vanya, Matias, Pixie still strongly overhead.
So many duos continuing to hold on. Haris, Tayson doing a great job at it, but they ran into another duo. It's Panzer, Yapko on the other end, knocking on their doors. So far, no trouble, as now back a zone, rocks right into the Lion's Den. Tayson with another elimination. Now they're gonna have to play backside of zone.
A little bit of visual impairment off of that mid-miss grenade, still trying to make their way slightly up this elevated hill, but it's Opal, it's Mixon. They were hovering that secondary height, and now they're forced to drop all the way, lost entirely too much HP, but Chino and Ferdoxy, no material now for Chino. Last charge out of their dash sprite, and they are just huddled up together, hoping that this lobby continues to carry them through placements by eliminating itself. Tayson, Atreus, secondary height, and they are stuck in between height and low, and it looks like they might be forced to just take the battle underneath them with Teeny. Big shots though. These knocks and eliminations onto TD and Cringe now gonna mean that Tayson Jason, Atris, they might have a real shot at carrying through the low.
Yeah, it's a huge refresh. Risk got all of those mats. Hopefully it's enough to make a play, but Vico Venom Flixie looking like they want height. They see the duo up above. They know they have the advantage if they go for it. Marius getting incredibly low as they're just a couple shots away from breaking down the whole high ground. Chino, though, put into trouble, gets knocked out of the match as Vanya Marius continue to hold up above.
Prodoxy and Cheetah did the damage on the lobby, though. Marius Vanya, one big difference is having that shockwave pistol to make use of, and they are causing so much disruption for the teams underneath them. Akita all the way in Storm, just looking to try and play whatever heal-off placements he can manage. Veno, Flixie, Vico. Veno taking over height. Veno's got the medallion, though. He's going to jump. He's going to provide a little bit of supportive measures here. Vanya has now been chopped, but Vanya doesn't have a chance to use that misform just yet. He's trying to hold on to it for as long as possible. Dropped all the way, though, to ultimate low. And Vanya dancing around, but he's been focused. But all these solos kind of hanging nearby. He'll actually be able to find a chance for that make it play. But Deal also a solo with 5 eliminations in the low ground, causing so many issues. Just playing spoiler, 3 HP, still rocking it. And he finds a gap to play his Chug Jug. So many of these players now looking to just opt for a heal-off opportunity here. But Flixie is tearing through. Flixie, Veno, and Vico. They are notorious for being day 2 players, and this is a big part of the reason why Takada, because Vanya, all by his lonesome, won't have any answer. Veno, Vico, and Flixie take game 7.
Ring, ring, the cleanup crew was called in. Vico, Veno, Flixie eliminating every player that was left on the low ground. They overtook height. They finished the rest of the match off, but they wanted more than just the victory royale. They wanted those extra eliminations, that cherry on top, and they got it.
They were just playing their pre-edits so well in those frontside low positions that every single one of those solos, duos that was coming up behind them, already a little bit scuffed with their loadouts, and you're just running into a relatively healthy team. They were stacked on eliminations by the end of this one too, Takada.
Oh yeah, they were looking good. Now this is a trio that you expect to be competing for that first place spot. They have the respect, they have the experience, but after day 1, they were not that close to first place. They were down in 7th going into this 7th game of the grand finals, and now with that victory royale, they're gonna have more than enough points to boost themselves up in the standings. So let's see how things change as we head back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. If you cast your minds back before Game 7, I did question whether we were going to see Veno repeat the Teeny strat and go to Lone Wolf Lair because of Seti being there and that potential vulnerability that Mini might have pointed out. And then what happened in Zone 2, Mini? We saw Veno, Vico, and Flixie wander over to Lone Wolf Lair, and they capitalized at the end as well.
Yeah, really nice to see these guys finally awakening, I suppose, over these grand final games. It's nice to see the sort of... Yeah, go ahead.
No. This is so key because right there you can see they get that refresh. Zone 11 pullback. As soon as you see that pullback after the refresh, cash money, game's done. Wrap it up from there. They have so much time with the loot they just pick up. They scout for height. We didn't see Veno's POV there, but Veno's instantly looking up at height. They chop it, they take it. Marius back to the lobby. Go home, brother. They take height. Game's done from there. We've seen these types of games from these 3 so many times this year. It's so readable. You see in that moment, you know exactly what they're trying to do, and they execute it perfectly. This is the Veno Vico Flixie we want to see.
Yeah, they're so good at that, aren't they? Just looking towards that front side, then looking back up towards height. I think they identified that Vanya's team were only a duo up there, so they just kept unrelenting pressure there going up on height. And then the way they close it out, absolutely perfect. I think that's 19 eliminations in that one game. Wow. Absolutely huge from these guys. And it's exactly the start they would have wanted to day 2 after a subpar day 1 for these guys' standards. It's exactly what they could have wanted.
They heard what I said yesterday about their chain getting snatched by Prodoxy's true, and they said, 11, hold on, we can frag still. Don't forget about us.
You're putting the cat amongst the pigeons here, Levin, and I'm loving it. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking about the rest of Game 7.
Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know
Last day of European competition in FNCS, and things are looking really tough at the top. Our day one leaderboard toppers for Doxy had to settle for 8th in game number 7, but of course they went down fighting, Mini Miner.
Yeah, they did, and it was quite unfortunate they actually lost one of their members of their trio going into that end game, so they didn't quite have their full power, and I think this might be it right here. It was a real tough fight there with Pink at this current moment, and they still had a solid game, and I think that's what they'll need to do when it comes to these end games, Levin, is make sure they can have those solid games, consistently make them. I would have expected more, though, from this particular zone because of where it is. We saw so many south zones yesterday, so many people expecting teams that are landing at the north to get some more north zones. When we do, expected bigger and better things, but still not a terrible performance.
Yeah, I mean, look, the silver lining for these guys is that they had what some people, I guess, would argue is a bad game for them based off of momentum, and it was an 8-8.
Yeah.
You know, so like look, if this is how you're going to perform when one of your teammates is down and you guys have to duo clutch up, you're in a good spot to win the FNCS. And so hopefully, if they're in these types of positions again, they can play like this again, because I thought they made the best of a bad spot for sure.
It's interesting to see where Marius, Pixie and Vanya are. They haven't moved on the leaderboard despite a pretty high placement from those guys. The zone's in their favour. We know that they love to drop at Flooded Frogs. That hasn't changed the entire year. Why were they not able to hold on to that high ground, Levin?
Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. We had, you know, two sort of far pulls after this. 8th zone here, you see them up on height. 2 far pulls that's investing a lot of materials. I don't think we saw them really jump down. You see here, Marius jumps down and picks up some materials. I'm guessing, again, it just wasn't really too much. Maybe this is the play here. Pixie getting caught out on the temp zone. I think that probably comes down to it, because then you see it's just Vanya and Marius left to defend high ground. So I guess, yeah, it would have just been Pixie sort of getting caught out there. I think was probably the main problem for them, Vinny.
Yeah, and they also came up against one of the best, if not the best, teams at retaking height in Venovico and Flixie. They do that so often. So when you are a duo up on height, you're in wood. It's just completely easy for the teams down below to see that that's going to be an easy height for them. I thought they held on to it pretty well as a duo for a longer time than I would have expected. So props to them for that. And they managed to get a second, so it wasn't a terrible performance. But again, it would have been nice to see them get that win just to propel them at the top of the leaderboard here.
We have to give props to Tayson, Chicho and Chris as well. This is a trio that's already qualified for the Global Championships in Lyon, and yet we still don't talk about them very often, Levin, which is surprising given the consistency of their performances this weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I remember watching them in the group stage last weekend, and I remember a lot of the games we were watching them, and they were playing mid ground and they were low ground, and they were playing really well. Like, they'd be on the side of the zone, and they just did a great job of just controlling that side of the zone for a couple of the different moving zones. And we've seen a lot of that so far today, and even here in this game, you see it where, you know, Tayson and Harissa are able to just control large areas of zone. Of course, eventually you get overrun when you are just a duo, and the zone's getting smaller and smaller, but really promising stuff we're seeing from these guys, Minnie. Again, if they can perform like this come Globals time, they're going to be a team that's sneaking into that top 10 for sure.
Yeah, really exciting, because sort of historically we've sort of thought about Tayson as maybe a hype player, someone that is more prominent on that high ground, looking for it all the time. And it's really nice to see him sort of developing now that sort of low to mid ground style of play. And I feel like now, especially last season as well, it's finally coming to fruition, really finding himself at home and his trios at home in that position. So really excited to see what these guys can do at Globals as well.
Now, Queasy, Swizzy and Mustache, they haven't got any of the shenanigans that we saw from the likes of Malibuka, Wox and Ping today. They're finally unconned, but they didn't manage to make it inside the top 10 Mini Miner. Should we be worried?
I don't think we should be too worried. Again, you know, speaking of how zones, this is a very long zone poll for them, completely the opposite side of the map. I think the pressure's not on them as much. It'll be a different challenge for them today as from what they had yesterday, although it wasn't much of a challenge off spawn against Malibuka's team. They'll have to adjust a few things. They'll have to fix some things, I'm sure, but still not in a bad position on the leaderboard.
Half of the lobby will be hating that question, Frankie. They'll be like, Queasy gets one game where the zone's fine. We're already sympathizing for him. On your bike, son. You know how it feels now. And look, if I know one thing about Queasy, I'm sure he'll be complaining. If we keep getting zones like that now, I don't even want to check his Twitter after this, man, because I know he's going to be complaining. So hopefully we see some zones that are fair for everyone, which is not possible. But yeah.
Well, 11, you've got about 30 seconds to go and stalk Queasy on Twitter, because we are ready to get the Battle Pass loaded for Game 8.
is always one of the favorite parts about a grand finals weekend, Takata, just kind of seeing the little social pop-offs. But I'm really looking forward to what other adjustments some of these teams are going to make between Game 7 and Game 8, because teams that might have come through with a brand new strategy thinking, okay, this is the one, and then it doesn't end up being. So I'm really just trying to see how they overcome that for Game 8.
Yeah, you don't get another night of homework after this. This is the last chance, and we're getting to Game 8, so let's head right on it.
But yeah, I think kind of picking up on that conversation, though, it's more so the fact that players don't want to wind up doing the exact same methods every single match to a T, because it's very easy for other teams to kind of take advantage of those sort of instances. And I think that's something that's going to be on everybody's mind for today.
Yeah, a good example of that is, Ferdoxy's trio. They tended to third-party pumped power very quickly from Supernova, but after a few games, they're like, okay, let's switch it up a bit. Maybe we'll head over to, where SETI is, down by Lone Wolf, or they can even go up north. They have the options to change it up to not be as predictable. Also want to shout out Akira, Kurama, and Werex. They're now in qualifying range to potentially be the first native French trio to qualify to the Global Championship in France. So hopefully they can keep that position on the leaderboard. They're in 9th. They are the cutoff to qualify currently. Still a long ways to go, but it's getting started.
And it's looking like it's going to be a bit of a rocky start for some of our teams tucked away on the southern edges of the map. The immediate off-spawn contest, though, I think because of the fact that we are in day 2 of our matches, Takata, you just need to make these off-spawn fights as decisive as quickly as possible. And you can't draw out the conclusions, because third party will just ruin the day for everybody involved.
Good news for the fight down here is there's not really time for a third party when you're going for the 50-50. It's a quick end to the fight. Whoever gets the weapon first from the chest, it looks like Sato's going to pick one up. Nice shots being connected onto Waves. They were the trio that did go down in Game 7 in the last match, but now in the 2v1, this should be a quick cleanup for Karma, Splik, and Sato, and it looks like it was. Now they just have to make use of this early game success to get a solid match.
And they'll be sure to get an early reboot there onto Splik, Cringe, Volko, Vidil, Outpost, Enclave, Snazy, Clement, Ice. Who's going to take it here in match number 8? And Volko actually kind of looking around, and
Job's done.
Cringe, Vidil. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to see it because they were so quick about
too quick.
it. I'm still like looking in the distance, because I mean, keep in mind, Takata, we just touched ground.
Yeah.
The battle bus, and players are not wasting any chances. Vidil, Volko, and Cringe just rolled through match 8 off spawn with the vengeance, man.
I could tell you were looking around, and I was like, yeah, they already have 3 eliminations. I don't know how they got it so quick, but looks like they played the 50-50 here at Outpost, and it worked out. Not only getting a Spire now, this is a very quick and very good start for Vidil, Volko, and Cringe. We saw Vidil in the late game in the last match doing a great job clutching up some extra points, so hopefully that momentum carries on forward. It's a quick replay to how it actually went down.
Good team effort, just winning that drop outright. And we all know Vidil definitely needs that. Cringe, Volko too. Teams looking to try and lock in for the Global Championship. A Major 3 finals, it's always sick, Takata, to have a really high placement or even to wield the Blade of Champions, but everybody is so focused on making it to the Global Championship.
Yeah, it's the key to this major right now being the last opportunity to kind of get that golden ticket. And one of our top contenders is Panzer, SETI, and Yapko, but they've been running into a world of trouble here at Lone Wolf. And once again, you talked about switching things up. You talked about predictions for Doxy going right off the Panzer. Said, we're not going to pump power this time around. We're going to go right on over to Lone Wolf and see if we can pick something up. And that they did. Hyper goes Julie right below, looking for a sneak attack.
Don't get too excited, Chino. He's the only one left behind right now, but Hyper takes a big chunk out of his HP. Not sold that it came from Ferdoxy's team,
Yeah.
but
I think it was.
It might have actually been the surge base that Prodoxy's aiming at, but now Prodoxy, Pablo, Chino,
That's
they are
crazy.
fully aware of this sneaky strategy that Ghost Hyper and Jewel were trying to employ. Pablo, Prodoxy, Chino, they are more than happy to try and key these guys down. They've already taken care of one trio. Why not look to tackle another? But this is definitely very scrappy openings from Prodoxy, and it's a method that they're just running with after their game one success or the day one success.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it scrappy. I like what they're doing. They don't want to be predicted, right? If they keep going pump power all 12 games, eventually someone's going to go for the perfectly timed third party or do something to stop them. But if they keep mixing it up, it's what we talked about earlier on. It's a lot more difficult to kind of disrupt them and their early game path. We can see oh, what actually happened. The whole surge base that Panzer had set up got dropped down, and the opposing surge team are the ones that disrupted the sneak attack from Hyper. Kind of unlucky, to be honest, a bit unfortunate, but it might have saved Prodoxy a potential reboot. So
Panzer defying some of the laws of gravity out there, but Vanya and Pixie from Flooded Frogs, we know that Flooded loves trying to take those surge trades up against teams by Lone Wolf. Probably a big part of the reason why Panzer was even so far up that ramp in the first place before he got chopped out. But Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, Tagada, this has just been a very consistent play, but they're going to probably need to take some pretty big risk when you think about the way that Venovico and Flixie kind of just disrupted everything in Game 7. I mean, a big performance, huge points, surge up the leaderboard. That was 4 placements that they jumped.
4 placements will definitely help out, but there's still a good amount of matches to go. You were talking about kind of countering these surge bases, right? If you keep doing it every single game, eventually a trio is going to try and disrupt it, and Ivan might be on the receiving end, almost ready to knock it all down. It gets chopped. Malabuka Ping Walks doing what they can to put their names back on the leaderboard. A quick cleanup. Double elimination from Malabuka Ping Walks. Could this be the start of a miracle? They're currently not looking too hot at all, but if they end up popping off back to back, we saw it on OCE, we saw it on Asia, 6 wins in a row.
Okay,
If they can win
now-
everything. She said, stop you right there.
I will stop you right there, Takata.
I'm
They're
gonna cut you off.
450 points behind, bro.
Hey,
Today is redemption for Malabuka, okay? And I am with it because I love to see that they're still fighting through it. Day one obviously did not go the way that they wanted it to, but that doesn't mean that they can't still get a little bit more prizing, and they already have their global seat secured. So we give them a little bit of a doubt. You try things, swing and a miss. And we leave it at
we'll
that.
see. We'll see. You never know what can happen here in FNCS. Vico Veno Flixie, great success in the first match of the day. This is more what you'd expect from a trio of this caliber. Excited to see if they can continue with that momentum now. Good loot, good looks to kick off this second game.
Got to be a little cautious there, though, for Bradage's trio. They've been having to deal with so many teams interrupting what would be their typical loot path. Yapko, Seti, they have found their moment, though, to bring Panzer back and immediately trying to build up as high as they could to ensure that even if Panzer had been knocked out of the air from the team surrounding, that he was at least going to land at their feet so they could play double revive. But another trio already looking to close in. Yepko, Panzer, Seti. I mean, that reboot, man, is just sound the alarm. Let everybody know that we've got an injured trio here.
I feel like they can't catch a break. Still in second place, to be fair, Seti Yapko Panzer, but they're only a few points off of Vico Veno Flixie. They got 28th, 10th in the last 2 matches, so we'll see what ends up happening if the pressure is still on them. But Pace and Chicha Haris doing very well currently. 355 points in 5th place, 3rd and 6th in the last 2 matches. But Mr. Savage Shap Reason, one of the trios that's fighting for that global championship spot. Quite a bit away, but one good match is enough.
It's Seti, Panzer, and Yapko, though. This is the trio that we saw closing in to try and key when Seti and Yapko were trying to play for the reboot. Seti now paying the ultimate price. He has been exchanged, but Chap, that's not the outcome he would have hoped for against the likes of Yapko. Thankfully, though, with Savage, it's backed up, no problem. Panzer still trying to be a bit of a nuisance here. He wants to prevent Savage from having anything go smoothly. If it's not going to be me, it won't be you either, but Panzer probably won't get that choice. Reason would have to stumble pretty heavily here. And Reason knows all he really has to do is show face. Doesn't need to chase Panzer any further. He can just play through the rest of his teammates. They might still key him, though, knowing he's a solo.
Oh, yeah, this is not looking good for Panzer. I can tell you that right now. That's the reason just has to hit a couple more DMR shots. I mean, we talked about them not being able to catch a break, and now 3 matches in a row where it's just not been a fun early to mid-game for them. I'm not sure if something has to change or they have to just have to be more prepared for these early engagements, but see if Panzer's able to do anything here. A 1v3. Ooh. Nice shot connected onto Mr. Savage, putting him to a bit of panic, but his teammates are close by.
For a moment, out the turntables. But yeah, Savage, Chap, Reason, get a little bit of revenge when you think about some of the limb opportunities Panzer took against them yesterday.
No, not like this.
Big return fire here, but Veno, Flixie, Vico, a lot of momentum carried off of that Game 7 win. It's almost like Veno's trying to announce to the rest of the lobby, hey, the king is home, and I'm coming to claim my throne. But Vico, Flixie, Veno, good elimination, start things off. And now trying to see if they can claim Akira, but it looks like he's managed to get a little bit of space.
Dang, this is tough. I literally was just gassing them up about now being in qualifying range to globals, and they get keyed by Vico, Veno, Flixie. Kira can still get the reboot and make something happen, but the difficulty just got increased to the highest possible, so hopefully we'll see them in the late game, but Vico, Veno, Flixie are on fire currently.
They are just sweeping through all these teams, trying to make later rotations that were left in those positions because they just lost early fights. Kylie and Robin, they do have a few eliminations, but if it's a battle of attrition, that's something that Vico, Flixie, Veno definitely have the upper hand on right now. Really strong loadouts here and just very consistent pressure. Veno going to be the first one to get a little bit more up close. Kylie, Robin, Timu, Menace grenades, going to bring them back up to pretty healthy AP thresholds. Still stuck inside the storm for this long, Takata, and these drawn-out fights. Storm sickness could definitely be a threat.
We saw the amount of heal-offs that came through yesterday, so it's definitely important to try and avoid that storm sickness, but in terms of making it back to zone, you know, these trios have more than enough heals to do so they're comfortable for now, but Flixie getting quite low, forcing Vico and Veno to apply that pressure on their opponents, give them a bit of time to heal back up. Kylie, Robin doing what they can, but Veno's going to get cracked as well. Now, going to need some support from his teammates. The pressure is kind of on here. You might want to consider playing it a bit slower.
They might want to consider just leaving. This fight has not been what they were initially after, and now...
There we go.
The consequences have been applied, though, to Robin first. Timu, Kylie, they're now trying to go on the back foot, but Veno, okay, I apologize. I got to remember that you guys are
not
still
a trio that likes to play it slow.
with it, okay? It's just, you can see the intention, and when it takes a little bit longer than you anticipate, it's very easy for that to go a different way in my eyes.
It's like they get fueled by the pressure. They're like, oh, I'm kind of low. Okay, let's take this a bit more seriously now. Instantly, double eliminations, puts it into a 3v1, finishes the fight off. Head back over to Prodoxy, Chino, and Pablo now at Lone Wolf. Been disrupting this whole area of the map with their quick pushes off the start of the match. So many options. Do they go to a surge base? Do they go directly to a POI? It's a very flexible drop spot, and they're playing it perfectly.
Yeah, and the problem for teams like Lixium, Izzy, and Plazi is that with the zone pulling south, and this is one of our trios that actually switched up their drop to a much more northern position on the map, like legitimately north outskirts of the map. And so teams like Prodoxy, Pablo, Chino, they take a stronghold over areas like Lone Wolf that are just in that perfect interceiving part of the map for those teams in the northern area. So it just causes these rotates to be so chokeholded that Lixium's team, they have to now tank so much more Storm than what they would have wanted to.
I think Zone's also pulling south here, so the more south zones they get, the more difficult it's going to be. Quick look at how Tayson was able to pick up a quick elimination here. Torres now hiding, but he was quickly found.
Happens to the best of us. Another reboot play coming into action though for Trexer and Mappy. Will Cheaton be able to land, or will he be shot down from the skies? Only time will tell. I do think that they are deep enough though and away from enough of the action, Takada, that Cheaton shouldn't have any issues, at least not for right now. But as this team closes in to where the zone has pulled towards, they have so much ground to cover.
Not too worried about it yet, though. They're doing a great job staying up on the leaderboard. In 7th, they've been kind of holding on to that spot. If they're able to do that for the rest of the day, it's enough to get that golden ticket to the Global Championship. So we'll see if they can hold on to it. But potential reboot having to come through here. You know, good news is they are on the side of the zone, even the uncongested side, so not too many trios in sight. Bad news, have they done enough damage? I would say hopefully so.
Pulling a little bit more towards that Outlaw Oasis side, though. Curious to see how teams like Swizzy, Murstache, and Queasy plan on just ruining surge bases for other people. Great shots. Swizzy is probably the last player you ever want to try and take a bloom battle with, or even just any sort of immediate fight. He has been on fire with some crazy eliminations throughout this finals.
Looking good. We didn't see them go for height in the last game. They were incredibly low on materials starting off that end game, so they definitely ran into a bit of trouble in the later half of the mid game to, beginning of that end game. So I'm curious to see
1,300 above, though.
Yeah, what went wrong previously. Now they're looking healthier than ever. Hopefully this time around, a little bit less pressure going into it. For Doxy, Pablo, and Chino are... What are they waiting for here? It might be Marius. Don't knock on the wrong door, Marius. Shot comes through. No crack, though. Bit of time to run away, but with the pressure from every single angle, Chino's going to pick that up. And what a good refresh.
Just the wrong neighborhood there for Marius. But for Doxy, Pablo, Chino, off that refresh, they know that they've got Vanya and Pixie split in front of them. And even if both of these teams have to tank a little bit of lobby focus, it's pretty unlikely just because of their position. They're using this natural cliff face as some good coverage from where the congestion is actually pulling both these teams much more, I think, separated from the lobby, and just having the luxury now of doing things like what Pixie and Vanya are, just shooting at teams, trying to glide in later on.
This is tough. I mean, they were playing as a duo in the later part of the end game last match. They, were able to take height, so I definitely have faith that they can get a good placement here, but once again, the difficulty level has risen. I see Akira back in business now, though, alongside Kararma and Warwick, so despite the trouble encounter with Vico Benoflixi, they have made it to the end game.
These Memmis grenades just open up so many more opportunities for how long teams can afford to tank some of these storm ticks. For Doxy, Pablo, Chino, just crouching their way through. They're trying to conserve as much material as possible. They want to challenge Ghost, Hyper, and Yule. They're trying to reserve that Memmis grenade if they can, but play for right now. They've got a great front side position, though.
Yeah, looking powerful, looking strong. Don't want to commit to any fights in this portion of the match, but some shots back and forth, more than enough. Queasy, what went wrong? Swizzy's on the ground. Murstache knocked as well. The focus is now fully onto Queasy. In the blink of an eye, things were looking so bright for this endgame, and now Queasy's at 37 HP, forced to use a med mist in the zone, just one tick away to going down, and they're out of the game.
Frenek just barely hanging 281 above because of that fight with Queasy's trio. This was a team that was desperate for some surge And unluckily for Queasy, they were just the team that get caught up in the crossfire. Kudos to Fernek, though, making a heads-up play there. Big shutdown on the leaderboard there, too, for Queasy. They'll have to sit and wait what the outcome of Game 8 winds up being, what the point differentials are going to accrue towards Ghost Jewel Hyper. Ever since they got prevented from moving forward by Prodoxy's team, they've been a little bit stuck at this base of Crime City Mountain, and now finally gonna get a move on. But 30 above, okay, good jump on the search threshold, gonna buy them a little bit more time, but they really want to make sure they don't get stuck too far backside, because all those teams that are already based ahead of them are certainly going to be looking to clear out those late trail ends.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. From a duo to a solo, he's got the damage, but solo v trios is a rough game to play when the moving zones haven't even begun. I got faith in Pixie though. Currently in zone, hopefully can make it happen here. It's more surge than Prodoxy's whole trio.
A lot scarier though for Pixie, knowing that there's a whole healthy trio behind him, and it's probably a good inkling to Pixie too that he knows that this is Prodoxy's trio, given that they've been kind of trailing a little bit after him ever since that initial elimination onto Matias. But Chino, Pablo, Prodoxy, they want to make sure that they are a fully intact team for this endgame. Even though it was an 8th place finish, getting 8 eliminations in that last lobby, and they're just looking to stack points. But Pixie, big knocks onto Ghost and Jewel.
Nice.
That damage is going to help so much.
Huge pull for Vico Venoflixi. They were based up on this snowy mountain, and now they've pulled 8th zone. I mean, anywhere the moving zone goes to from here is going to be a huge benefit, as the teams down below are going to have a difficult rotate. Trulex, Teeny trying to see what they can do to kind of solidify a decent position, but Vico Venoflixi setting up with hard mats already. This is looking like a potential back-to-back.
And even if the material had looked a little bit thin there on Veno, no worries. Flixie's got it covered. It was a smart investment, though, Takada. They know that these shifting elevations, teams are going to be burning through materials like no other. And when they have such a cemented position overseeing the rest of the lobby, Vico is bound to be a nightmare to deal with. And Flixie, Veno, fully understanding all they want to do is just suppress secondary height for as long as possible, and that's going to be very feasible with these current loadouts.
Yeah, there's not another height in sight above the island. But if it pulls double east, I mean, it could run through it. They're already so high up, though. We'll see how it does end up playing out. Mappy, Cheatin, a quick potential 3-2-1 here if they hear the shots. But now they see zone has pulled quite far. A little too risky to take a full-on engagement here. But it might be what they need to do.
Problem is, if they wait too long, it's just going to make it even easier for Height to pick them off instead. Pradaj and his team, they've already made their move. Pablo, Chino, Prodoxy also lurking nearby, but duos, they know better. They're just sticking hip to hip. One watches the front, one watches the rear. But Chino, Pablo, Prodoxy, all they want to watch is front side low. And currently, Prodoxy kind of spearheading the charge here, but spotted out Fincheck. He sees Upholm, makes in focus in front of him too. Doesn't want to find himself getting fully cut off here. They're going to need to challenge one of these fights. They want to jump into the box, but they're trying to make sure they don't get pre-edited in the process.
They are going to be the ones doing the pre-editing here, it seems. Nice little recycling of their opponent's tarp. They saw the full trio playing calm collected. This could be a huge opportunity. The 3-2-1 comes through. No, not coming from it yet, but there it is. That's one. Looking for the second. They've now claimed a huge position. Good amount of mats, good amount of damage. They can focus on getting ahead of zone now.
Now they just wait for those teams that are getting fried in the mid-ground to start dropping to ultimate low. I'll be more than happy to collect all that loot, all those elims, but Veno, Flixie, Vico, 7 eliminations already on Height. Veno just continuing to tarp overhead. Flixie right by his side. Every single layer of Height that you'd want control over, Flixie and Veno currently hold on to. And Vico just playing as much disruption as possible. Deathy's for Strokey. A little bit smothered right now by Flixie's suppressive fire, but Teeny, he'll just play for the medkit. Doesn't really there's still a player pulling up from behind. Big elimination to close out match 8 for him. But for Oxy, Pablo, Chino, they're looking to try and run away with this low ground layer. They want to prevent anybody from challenging.
Be careful up above, though. The high ground retake has come through. They saw that they were in wood. No more harder or mats to be used to maintain onto that high ground, but the shots are being connected when they need to most. Veno with a quick pickup. Is it going to grant him enough materials, though? As now the builds are getting placed. 9 trios still up. It looks like they've held on to height.
Flixie's got it, at least right now, but Demas, darn picks. They might make some waves here. They might cause a lot of disruption for Strokey. Leading the way at that frontside low, but it's darn Demas. They want their own piece of it. Looking to play for the pre-edit. They've already tanked up Storm, but they've got this frontside position fully locked down. Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxy now suffering the consequences, getting too stuck in the congestion. And Ferdoxy, he'll actually opt for these chug jugs. He just needs to play for placements.
Pablo doing what he can to get out. Heel off is going to begin. Picks Demon Storm, looking like Piranhas in the Rauder, taking out Andy. Solo duo that's been left behind. Taking those shots, trying to secure a good spot to fight the 3v3 against Vico, Veno, Flixie, but it might just be too difficult. Demas is out of mats. He's doing what he can to connect the shot, but as eliminations come through, Darm uses up his last dashes. Veno with the final pickup. They got inspiration from Coyote, Rise, and Yuma on Asia. They said, we're going to take home every match on EU as well, back-to-back victory royale so far in day 2.
And just like that, Veno, Vico, and Flixie have certainly thrown that leaderboard for a loop here, Takada, because mad amount of eliminations, yet again, a victory royale. Every single piece of the puzzle just fully sinking in for these guys. And if they keep replicating this kind of success, that lead that Ferdoxy and Pablo and Chino were looking at, it was already dwindling pretty rapidly with Setiaco and Panzer. And then even after the last match performance, Veno, Flixie, and Vico are in real contention for first.
No, they're looking like a whole new beast right now on day 2. They said, don't forget about us. There's a reason we have the respect that we do. Ferdoxy was looking like he had too much of an advantage after day 1, and now with that back-to-back victory royale, I want to know where that's going to place them. So let's head on over to Frankie Levin Mini. Take it away from us.
So do I. We've got to wait a little bit longer just for the leaderboard to be clarified, verified, and then we can see what that has changed, because that was quite the performance from Veno, Vico, and Flixie. They have clearly had a tough conversation overnight, and it's really worked, Levin.
Hey, I think they saw what was going on over in Asia and OCE and said we want a piece of that. You know, it's too late now. You can't quite get, 7 or 8 Veno and them, but maybe you can try and match your 6 out of 6 or 6 out of 12. So look, another good game, a different type of win on height, right? Another height win, but a different type of win. They held it a lot longer, right? And they were able to ward off threats. Mini. These guys are heating up now. I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah, really nice game from these guys. As you mentioned, they played for height a little bit earlier there. Of course, they were holding on to it. They had a little bit of a contestation in the mid of that end game right there, and they managed to hold on to it really, really well, which I was really impressed with. And yeah, they're sort of playing a lot different to what we saw yesterday. I know you're talking about the shotgun percentages at the beginning of the show. These guys didn't really have shotgun damage in that mid game, so now they're going for more fights. We saw them early game trying to find their surge that way, and it's setting them up for success. So this is the moment right here. Really nicely done from Flixie actually to chop down the teams that were up on high and trying to actually contest on that high ground. It was Lixium's team, and they regained control of that high ground, which is absolutely crucial. Gave them all the materials that they needed to close on out, and I think it's a huge moment for them as well, because a lot of the top teams, Seti's team, Tayson's team, Vanya, Pixie, Maris, they didn't have a good game here, so absolutely huge for them in their push for that first place.
Let me correct you a tiny bit there, Minnie. Yesterday, it's not they didn't really have shotgun damage. Yesterday, they did 0 damage with their shotguns in zone 1 to 5 across all 6 games, which is mental to think about in the context of that trio. Today, they've been way more aggressive in the mid game. We've seen them fighting a lot more. It's leading to success later on in the game. Long may it continue.
It's like they've been taking a leaf out of Ferdoxy's book, and I can't wait to see this story conclude. Let's head into a break. When we come back, we'll be breaking down more from Game 8. Chino, Venno, and Flixie are on fire. A 19 elimination victory royale to start the day. Levin giving me the face.
No, sorry, I thought you said Vino, Venno, and Flixie.
I
was
did.
like, what happened to Vika?
I did. Halfway through it, I was going, wow, the 20th elimination was actually me eliminating Vico. But in the second game as well, multiple eliminations to their name. And now there's just over 30 points between them and our leaderboard leaders, Tino, Pablo, and Fredoxy. It looks like Fredoxy's trio, they're going to know that this target's on their back and they're probably just going to up their game as a result, Levin.
Absolutely, and I love this, right? Because obviously we saw Chino's trio in a battle last major with Vanya's trio, but it was such like a friendly thing. It was such a friendly rivalry. You know, you sort of had, Fredoxy's trio going, yeah, like if we don't win it, we'd love Marius to win it and be the first Danish player. Like, no, like that's not what I want to see. I want to see beef. I want to see tension, and I feel like there's a bit more of that with this trio, right? Because obviously Fredoxy in the sort of Star Wars season we had was playing with Queasy and Venno, right? So we know that they're somewhat mates, but in the past we've seen Venno have some choice words about what he thought Fredoxy's ability to win FNCSs was, and so now it's his chance to actually stop that from happening, right? The comeback potential between these two teams, I feel like there's an interesting story there that we're going to try to cook up, but all in all, they need to perform because the way Venno and them are playing, they can't slip up, and it's good to see them clutching up big in some of these final moments, Minnie.
Yeah, and what I love about the way that this is shaping up right now, I love that you bring back to last season as well, because remember Vanya, Pixie, and Marius' team were landing on the opposite side of the map. They were all over the north, and the Fredoxy team were down to the south. We never really saw them interacting. These guys, Fredoxy, Pablo, and Chino, and Vico, Venno, and Flixie, they're landing very, very similar areas of the map. So we could see this sort of engagement happening depending on how things go. And I mean, I'm just looking at the gap, I mean, between first and second, and then between second and third, absolutely massive. That's over 100 points difference between the two. I mean, it's a two-horse race at the moment. Can anyone else sneak in? It's tough to say at this point, but this is looking good for both of them.
Cast your minds back though to Major 2. This is when Demas, Dom, and Pix qualify for global championships, which is not something we would have predicted from their day one performance, but day 2 is when they caught a light, and now they are working their way up after a fantastic second place finish in that last game, Levin.
I love this. This was so resourceful here. At this point in the game, it's so difficult, right? Because it's pulling across water. Everyone's investing a bunch of mats to try and make it. They don't have much mats to work with. So what do? They sit with their med miss, spray people. Just, we're going to play the time we have, use the timing we have. Again, it's just what you expect from these guys. Incredibly resourceful players, incredibly intuitive. They know how to play situations the right way when you put them in front of it. The most day 2 players I think we have in EU right now, Minnie. You just know they're going to perform on day 2.
Yeah, really nice performance from these guys so far. Very similar to what we saw last major, where they had a really nice clutch up. We want to see more of that, though. I want to see more of those end games. They did it last major. They were playing very well from that sort of low to mid ground area. Very resourceful, as you mentioned, clutching up in certain situations where it looked like it wasn't going their ways. So big day for these guys. They got it off to a good start. I think that puts them just in contention or just in the qual range on the leaderboard for globals. So really nicely done from these guys. They just got to keep it up.
Let's have a look then at the leaderboard and discuss the trios that are trying to get themselves a spot, because a number of the trios in the top 10 have already qualified. So if we look at Seti's trio, Cheaton's trio, Focus's trio, and Trulex's trio, these are the trios that want to get those 4 spots, and they're in a pretty good position right now. Let's talk about Trulex, because yes, he needs to remain consistent. In fact, he needs to pop off Mini Miner.
Yeah, this is important for these guys. I think they're performing a lot better than I would have expected going into this, just based on their performances so far this major. So they put themselves in a really nice position to actually qualify for globals. We mentioned it a lot yesterday as well, Levin, about how this team, they really have to be at globals. We all want to see them at globals. We want to see Trulex on LAN again. We want to see Teeny on LAN again, doing what he does best. And the same for Skivvy. It's really exciting to see these guys doing very well. Can they get over the line, though? That's going to be the question for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. When you have such good teams sort of creeping up behind you in Dima, Stam, and Pix, it definitely is not easy for them because, again, they're not having these, fantastic games. They're hanging in there, but a couple more games to hang in there, it's going to be really difficult for them.
Well, let's head into game number 9, because I want to see if Flixie's trio can do a back-to-back-to-back.
That's going to be tough, Frankie, but not impossible. Look, that kind of head-to-head race we're seeing right now on the leaderboard. I mean, in Major 2, Ferodoxy ended in second. Hopefully this time around, they can take home the top spot, but we still have 4 more matches to be played out. We're just getting started here on day 2, but so far with the back-to-back wins from Vico, Veno, Flixi, Taco, we are just non-stop momentum.
Would never put it past them, though, to build just another Victor Royale. Levin hit the nail on the head. I don't think that Ferodoxy, Pablo, Chino, they can't afford any more hiccups. They've got to make sure that they are polishing through every single one of these late games. And so far, so good. But game 9, we'll see if anything changes.
Top tier performance so far from Chino, Pablo, and Ferodoxy in those early games. The thing is, it could definitely go wrong. It's been going very well so far, but they are taking those kind of minor risks. They're playing extra aggressive. They're pushing very quickly out of their drop spot at Supernova Academy. They go Lone Wolf, Pump Power. It's kind of the back and forths. And all it takes is one of the matches to get eliminated off spawn, and they cannot let that happen if they don't want Vico, Veno, Flixi to overthrow their spot on the leaderboard.
But risks are usually what wind up being win cons. A lot of the Fortnite competitive landscape here. Karma, Split, Sato, a little bit tagged up. And for once, it's not the immediate 50-50 challenge inside of the Glacier Cove. Instead, it's going to be Sato, Split, and Karma touching down first, but Gabix, Clown, Wise highly doubt that they are going to let Sato, Split, and Karma just leave. They're splitting currently, but this is one of those drops, Takata, that you kind of need to find a confirmation of eliminations for, because I don't think both of these teams can split this area and then fare super well later on.
Yeah, I mean, you need the loot of the whole split. You can't just take half of it. It's not going to be enough. Vico, what's gone wrong? Where are your teammates? Is that the whole trio out already? Are they fully eliminated? Malabuka, Ping, Walks.
No.
Getting a blast to Major 1 where they took first place in the finals, and now they might just take first place from them once again in a different way. As 3 eliminations. Yeah, they're gone.
A taste of their own medicine, maybe, from Major 2. That surprise contest out of Malabuka, Ping, and Walks. Doesn't matter if Demon's Domain didn't unfold how they had hoped, at least with Brutal Boxcars in match 9. They have completely shut down Veno, Vico, and Felixi. And Ferodoxy, Pablo, and Chino have got to be cheesing right now, Takata, if they were looking at that elimination feed.
Yeah, they're definitely smiling. If they saw that name, they are feeling quite happy in this current moment. But hey, the job's just beginning. They got the whole match ahead of them. Imagine they both get eliminated now. Ferodoxy's team somehow goes down. Quick replay of how it actually happened. Well, that was quick.
They just were not anticipating Malabuka, Walks, and Ping to actually send it. And now Ferodoxy, Chino, Pablo, they've actually ran smack depth center into Malabuka, Ping, and Walks, but it's Walks going to be eliminated first. Chino now giving chase alongside Pablo. For a moment there, it looked like they were very interested in just trying to secure those additional eliminations. And maybe the chase isn't fully done just yet, taking separate positions to maybe try and hold Malabuka at bay and just kind of keep this smooth transition playing between Brutal now and basically just holding teams that are north side of the map.
Yeah, quite an eventful start. Curious to see how this plays out, but for now, for Ferodoxy, Chino, Pablo, they're feeling good. They got their elimination. They're continuing to go back to their drop spot and loot up. We can see how
I'm glad
Chino
we're
actually
seeing this.
picked this up. Yeah, I don't know.
It's kind of wild to think. Malabuka, Walks, and Ping probably weren't suspecting, but for Ferodoxy, Pablo, and Chino, high odds. The moment that they saw the elimination feed light up with Veno's name, that immediately drew their attention
Green
to want to
flag.
make an even earlier rotate. That green light was all they needed to send it, and that's a big part of the reason why they were able to just catch Malabuka, Ping, and Walks out in the open.
They really are playing so well, if you think about it. They have a lot of options, and they're capitalizing on the best ones in each match, really deserving that first place spot. Robin needs to connect his shots here, drop down to 6 HP. Kylie's been taken out. CZB doing what he can to maintain that spot for the global championship. Quick elimination is going to come through on Timu. As now Robin going to do what he can to expand out here. But in the 1v3, all odds are against you. And he is ultimately going to go down.
Even if he was able to connect with a big pump shot, just way too many players prepared to turn that one right back around. That's a big come up though for one of our teams. Pradaj, Fincheck, Cantry, they're also looking to try and find some kind of a catalyst for their gameplay. But the moment that they begin chopping out Surge base, they immediately drill shots in from other teams. But Cantry getting pretty direct now. Akira on the ropes here. He's struggling, but he's surviving. And sometimes that's all it takes. Akira, though, no backup. Pradaj, Fincheck just refusing to let Akira escape. They want to take every single one of their opportunities. And Akira's just too far away from the rest of his team. 2 eliminations now, though, for Pradaj, Fincheck, and Cantry. Kurama's just going to be stuck, abandoned towards that northern portion of the map, and it's gonna be a dragged out process to get that reboot ban.
The first zone pulled a bit north too. The one game. This is back-to-back matches where Akira, Kurama, and Werix now have had 2 teammates eliminated at the start of the match, forced to play the reboot when the early games mean everything in this current Surge meta. You need to capitalize like Vanya, Prodoxy, and the rest of this trifecta, or how many people are even part of this now? 4 or 5 trios. If you aren't able to be a part of this, you're going to have a really rough time regarding Storm Surge later.
But hey, Vanya and Pixie, they can definitely get the job done. A little bit of storm fight action, though, taking place with Mixin, Upple, Focus, and Giddes from the neck. But these teams are tucked away in that southern corner, Takata. And these fights that are drawn out inside of the storm, we've seen how detrimental it can be when they begin to make their rotates inwards. Swizzy, Quizzy, Mustache, they're just looking to rush down for Hotline friends. Maciak, barely any HP, just trying to see if he can throw up any sort of coverage. But Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache, they are just tearing through every single one of these builds. It almost just feels like it's a delay of the inevitable. But they'll give it up for right now, kind of recognizing they don't want to find themselves getting trapped and held by another team.
Those risks so early
It's easier
on.
to just play the spider.
100%. They've had a bit rough start here today too. They've been going down before a majority of the placement points come through, and it's not even looking too great here once again. I mean, in terms of loot, materials, and damage, they had more than enough in the last game. It was just kind of like a risky fight that ended poorly for them. 4 more matches to make it up, though.
Acquiring the Spire is always going to be a nice exchange. Big part of the reason, too, why they kind of just rushed down for Knowledge team. They just don't want to give them that opportunity to challenge them on it. They're just making sure to stay boxed up because it's very easy for other teams to try and build up their own surge damage against you. But some very poppin' loadouts right now. Excited to see what Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache can convert this to.
Ooh. Exciting back and forths. Over at the Crime City.
We're really just trying to focus in for Tayson, Chicho, and Atris at Crime City, Takata. I think one big thing that they're always going to have to remember is just not leaving themselves too exposed to the team at Lone Wolf. But with the amount of pressure that's being applied towards Lone Wolf, it's very difficult, I think. And this is a typical, the triangle of doom, as I think what I like to refer to it as. But Skvi, Trulex, Teeny, they've squeezed their way into the leaderboard, Takata, and now it's all about just holding it down.
Yeah, I mean, they're the cutoff right now to qualify. 9th place is where it's been throughout the day, and that's the position they're in right now at 275 points. Kidoi actually taking down Splik here. Big elimination. Fight's not done, though. As another 2 shots get connected. Now it seems to be a 3 versus 1, but I'm not sure where that last player actually is. Looking at the minimap, he's nowhere to be seen.
Bevies for Strokian and Kidoi, though. 4 eliminations, but deep inside of the storm right now. Very far south from the rest of society. It's going to be a bit of a scenic route, but they'll eventually be able to catch up towards the rest of the lobby. It's nice getting those confidence fights early on, though, when you win these opening box fight moments, and all of these teams are definitely trying to implement new methods to just make sure that they stay above that surge damage threshold. That has been the huge focus over this weekend.
Huge focus is how focused the Apco Setien fans are getting. It's not even by the same teams every time. I feel like they're always in a world of pressure at Lone Wolf. Still doing a good job. I mean, they have 378 points. The cutoff is currently 275, so they're over 100 points above it. Very good chance of qualifying, but they've had some rough matches. 26th, 28th, 10th in their last 3. They need to get a good one here. Cheat and Trexer Mapi in an engagement.
But this has been a big performance weekend out of Mappy, Cheatin, and Trexer so far, and they just want to keep the ball rolling here. Gabix, a little bit held off, but Mappy incredibly low. Needs a little bit of supportive measures here. That's a big knock out of Cheatin. Cheatin's going to open the door with that first elimination, but Cheatin forced to dash back in. Nearly gets full box, but Cheatin can't escape. Dropped a little bit too low. So an elimination in response towards Mappy's trio, and now Mappy, Trexer trying to see if they can find a good line of sight to apply return fire towards Bevies and Kidoi and for Strokey, but it's just not going to be enough. And with another team now rolling into the area, this could be bad news bears for everybody involved.
Yeah, it looks like some disengagement is actually going to come through. They sense the danger, the fear, that it might not be worth it. But Trexer is definitely feeling that pressure, being right on the borderline right now. Cannot afford to go down here.
Well, Mappy's got a med kit, but Trexer did not, so just kind of trying to scavenge some bandages, anything, any sort of white heals to extend their chance in this match. But those odds are dwindling right now for Venus. Problematic focus, Uppel and Mixon. We're gonna find one elimination on the Polish trio. Now Gieres, Fernek, trying to see if they can bite back. Uppel, incredibly low, but he's got his teammates, and there's just strength in numbers here. Focus now gonna take over since he is the healthiest member of his trio. He'll lead the aggressive measures up against the likes of Gieres and Fernek. But Gieres, Fernek, even with the odds stacked against them, one good shot could be the difference. Focus, Mixon, Uppel still keeping the angles split. 2 pairs of eyes aren't going to be able to keep track of that third player. Uppel, Mixon, and Focus have every opportunity here to make this surge play deep inside of the storm pan out heavily in their favor. But they need this elimination to happen a little bit faster.
Yeah, over at Outlaw at Oasis, it's quite a ways away as Uppel's going to get dropped down. Giros now going to try and finish that knock. But with both of his teammates out of the play now, the 2v1, the amount of HP he has, it's definitely possible. Doesn't want to let another teammate get fully eliminated, though.
Focus is trying to prevent Gieres from playing for the revive, but Focus, Mixon, they both know if Fernek is back up and running, we've already delayed this entirely too much, but Gieres, he's holding, and Gieres actually manages to get Fernek back from the revive, but Focus will knock Fernek one more time, and the conclusion has been settled. Mixon and Focus ultimately win out with this Outlaw Oasis exchange, but Takada, even with all that newly acquired surge, with how far out they are and how long they've spent inside of this storm, that endgame heal off, it's going to be rough.
Hey, if they can make it that far, though, that's going to be a good match. So They definitely got a shot at it. I'm just more impressed that Gyros held on to that res for that long. Actually fully committing to it. For Doxy, Chino Pablo. Bit of a switch up this match after seeing what happened with Vico Benoflixi at the start, so not the exact same rotator we've seen before, but with the zone pulling towards Supernova, they have the kind of luxury of just building up a base on the POI and waiting for their opponents to come on through.
We've seen Prodoxy, Pablo, Chino consistently choose to keep Pump Power or Lone Wolf Lair, but I think that early damage by Malibuca's team in eliminating Veno has now just made it so Prodoxy's team, they'd rather just play a much more safe and structured match. Why take an unnecessary risk is the key difference for them. So they'll bide their time at Supernova Academy. No real rush just yet. Reason Chap Savage, though, they've got to get a hustle on. They need eliminations and they need good placements. They have intentions of continuing to try and leapfrog over some of the other teams ahead of them on that leaderboard.
Good news is, incredible polls were flooded, especially if you're Vanya's trio right now. You're quite excited, I'm sure. Axe Force, CZB, and Nathan. They've been on the borderline here in these matches. Recently dropped down low, so one good match is more than enough. Like I was alluding to, Vanya, Pixie, Marius with the zone pulling right on their POI. They have not had to move much. Been sitting in their surge base all game. And it's hopefully going to work out for them.
Marius, Pixie, and Vanya have I don't want to say avoided the spotlight, but it's just we're all so focused on what's happening between Prodoxy and Veno's teams, but we have to remember, these are our major two champions. They are the current Blade of Champions wielders, and even though we know that they've locked in their spot for the Global Championship later on this year, third place on the leaderboard and still within striking distance of first place. So it's not like Prodoxy's team can afford to let up on the gas pedal by any means. They've got to constantly be watching their back, because teams like True Legs, Teeny, Svi, always looking to try and jump and prevent other teams from, you know, overcoming them, overtaking them. And I love that for True Legs, Teeny, and Svi. But they've got to be really cautious about this approach into Flooded. It is very reinforced right now by Vanya and Pixie.
1,000 above. But you can never have too much surge. We saw the average 2,200 is what you need to not take damage from yesterday. He's doing what he can to look around, but it looks like a player jumps right on into his box. No problem for Teeny, though. Upwell gets knocked down once again. A quick refresh, almost like a walk-in loot llama right into his box. But the pressure might just be on him. Has to hold off for Trulex. Cannot get knocked here, or the pressure will multiply by 3.
The lobby's already recognized that this is a trio under duress, but they'll be able to pull back just far enough. Double revive is a success on Trulex. Talk about a jump scare and a half there, though. Upwell literally appearing out of nowhere. Impressive stuff from Teeny to keep his composure for the most part well enough to at least prevent himself from getting knocked or eliminated. And now this team has a real fighting chance. They were potentially looking at getting held in zone if that elimination had gone a different way.
Swizzy, Queasy, Merstache. Rough start to day 2, but if any trio's able to bring it back, it's this trio right here. In a good position to have a solid match here. Looking above, seeing, okay, what are our options depending on where this 7th, 8th zone goes. But so far, I'm sure they don't want to take much more risks, because this is the exact section of the match where they have gone down. They don't want to repeat that.
Queasy was really just looking up at height. He knows that Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino are currently in control of it. And since the zone has pulled towards Supernova Academy, this is practically their backyard. Pablo, Chino doing a great job at just controlling the rotates.
1.5 above now. You can tell that they know, Prodoxy, Pablo, Chino, they know a good performance here could mean everything. Having their main competitors gone down with 0 points this match, being Vico Benoflixi in second. One big game could give them that advantage they need to close this tournament out. But if they go down here, it could be detrimental as Pablo gets quickly pushed. Chino on the support angle takes down Valerie with a quick knock. And now, from what looked like a problem, has came or turned into a bonus. Prodoxy has to be careful though, getting cracked Pablo as well. Chino doing what he can to apply that pressure. Amazing shots getting connected through. They cannot get knocked down here.
That was such a clear desperation move out of Leches, Valerie. They didn't really have any other options to resort to, though. They just had to challenge the first team they found. They were already getting kicked away by Surge. And unluckily enough for them, it's one of our leading contenders on the day, right? The first place team on the leaderboard currently. Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino just handle that fight very solidly. And that doesn't give any openings for Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache to try and overtake hype. For the moment, they're content to just stick to that secondary hype measure and see what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to take height, you don't really want to do it against a trio that's over 220 points above you. They're going to have more than enough confidence, but I mean, Queasy's the type of team to do it. They play height better than anyone, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it here once again. Tason, Chicho, Haris. Nice big shots getting connected on the chat, but Haris has gone fully down. Chicho just one shot away from getting knocked. The pressure is on from Mr. Savage's trio, but all of them looking incredibly low as well.
Savage's team is hurting, but Reason, Chap, and Savage still forcibly breaking through, preventing themselves from getting caught in the congestion. Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache, though, they found their opener. They've taken height away from Prodoxy, and they'll have the opportunity now to heal up a bit. Plenty of mats, though, in story here, Takata. This is going to be an uphill battle now. We are definitely going to see some clashing pretty soon here for height. Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache. Swizzy just trying to get the ultimate overhead view, figure out who he wants to try and collapse first.
Just 12 above now. That fight was incredibly successful for them, but as they get dropped down to 2 below, now just looking for that single shot to connect. Come on, Mustache. One quick shot. Yapko Panzer Seti looking to have their first breakout match of the day. Nice shots on Takuro, putting them in a pretty secure position above. Zone is quite a free rotate based on where they are right now with the dashes, so they can wait a bit of extra time to kind of sit back and take shots on these trios rotating in before looking for their own.
This is a tough open season experience right now. Yapko, Panzer, and Seti have some of the best seats in the house, just taking these freebie tags onto those teams that are rotating in so late. It's hard to move around in comparison to teams that have those misforms, that have the dash sprites to capitalize on. Just probably run right into them, and that's a big entryway for a pre-edit play.
100%. They don't need high ground. They haven't needed it to be where they are right now. Playing incredibly consistent on the mid to low. Swizzy gets cracked now. Over peaking a little, but an elimination came from it. I'd say that's worth it in my books. 4 on the board so far, as they were looking like they were in trouble for Surge, but now 306 above. Prime position to hold on to height if they've pulled the first moving. This is looking extremely bright for this trio.
Hero rank up was also rather convenient right then and there, but Panzer, Yapko, Seti trying to see if they can push a little bit further towards that direct front side low. Marius, Vanya caught a little bit more action than what they would have bargained for, but Panzer doing a great job. They just skip all of that action and take front side low by force. Tace and Chicho as a duo here, looking to survive. They've avoided most of the commotion though.
181 above though. The pressure's going to be on this rotate. 28 seconds. The numbers quickly rising as Tayson starts to rotate. A big pump shot during this could be exactly what they need. He finds his teammate grouped up now as Pablo for Doxy. Chino might look for a drop. Anything they can really find here. No need to take any risks with the amount of damage they have. The triple spray comes through. No drop found yet.
Oh, taking a little peek though towards Vanya, Medius, and Pixie. Opposite ends of front side low. Vanya, Medius, Pixie, they'll be forced to use one of their Memphis grenades. Might be able to chop out the floor though from Seti, Panzer, and Yapko, but Tayson, Chicho also disruptors towards the teams that are overhead. They need damage and they need it now. They can't pick and choose. They just have to take a fight. They're gonna hope that they could clean something up in the low ground, but they're getting stuck behind teams that are already doing super well and teams that are in a similar situation, desperate for that damage. Merstash left as a solo, but he finds X-Force overhead, lurking underneath. That is a big refresh. Now you can play the Siphon, hidden away in the bush, Metimus grenade also, and Merstash from the backside of Storm, just taking open shots. Nathan not going to be able to play for Hela, and one more knock just means another lifeline here for Merstash. Now has a medkit and a chug jug, and just playing for a little bit of heal off placements here, but he's being a real menace from the backside of zone.
Huge pickups as he makes it into zone once again. Does not want to run into a full trio though. He's going to get ahead. High ground though. Be careful. It's Malabuka. Ping walks in the skies. Looking to overthrow it. Merstash dropped down to 9 HP. Forced to pump a medkit. Has a chunk for the shield after. As now with 2 elims on the board, he's going to do what he can to secure as many placements as possible. Marius left alone as well. It's looking like a whole world of solos currently, but Malabuka and Ping are the ones maintaining height.
And you have to remember, Malabuka, Ping, and Walks, they had that early skirmish with Ferdoxy's team, and Ferdoxy, they're looking to finish the conversation that they started at the beginning of this match. Ferdoxy now taking over height. It's also got that medallion running around Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxy. They are your new height overlords, and Pablo will be one of the first to drop Zangi, Belusi. They might be able, by a little bit of spoiler here, but Marius as a solo, he's trying to get whatever points he can. They need to keep that third place position. They want to keep pushing forward on that leaderboard, but Marius, he's got all eyes on him, building for his life right now, Takada, and he just can't escape the spotlight.
Every point counts with Ferdoxy in the clouds doing what they can to close this out. Pablo surrounded by 3-4 knocked players, picking one after another. The issue is no more mats. He's forced to take the engagement, goes down. Ferdoxy's left alone, but he picks up Marius. Could be exactly what he needed to continue that control on height. It's all up to Ferdoxy now. Teeny going for the high ground play, unable to get the box. Everything is on the line here. He's forced to drop down. Just 6 materials left.
It doesn't matter what Ferdoxy's doing though. Seti, Yapko, Panzer, they're a healthy trio underneath. Finally, we'll see the conclusion, but Yapko, Seti, Panzer, they have so much HP to work with right now. In comparison, they've just got to lock down where this final player is at. Yapko, Teeny, trying to create some space. Panzer's got the heal off under his belt just in case, but the Siphon, that might ruin it. Panzer does have a med kit, but he has to prevent himself from being taken out. Panzer gonna go all the way up to the top of the hill. Teeny following, but Teeny doesn't have the HP for him. Panzer doing the dash. If it works, it works, and it's a victory royale all the same. And with that, Takada, Seti, Yapko, Panzer reminding everybody that they are still here and trying to overtake first.
What a way to close out that match. Almost too close for comfort there, where Seti, Yapko, and Panzer looked like they had every advantage possible, but giving Teeny the double Siphon, the extra lifeline to close it out. It got too close for comfort, but in the end, that is exactly what Seti, Yapko, and Panzer needed. Their last 3 matches were 28th, 10th, 26th. They were not getting points. They were missing the placements. They were missing the eliminations after looking so strong in day 1, but now they finally got what they needed. This is the push to continue with that potential golden ticket to the global championships. They're in qualifying range, and they're looking stronger than ever to take that spot. There's just a few more matches that they need a good performance on, and for that, let's head back to the desk to break it down.
So Seti didn't need the high ground, he just needed the heal off for his trio, and also a lovely calm landing at Lone Wolf Lair. These guys were hanging out there until at least Zone 3, completely unbothered in their element and back on top with the victory royale 11.
Hey, they needed that. They might not necessarily be in that 2-horse race we were bigging up before this game for the championship, but they are still in a race to try and qualify for the global championships. And a game like that is the kind of game that can solidify it for you. I love what I'm seeing. It was a nail biter towards the end, but when Yapko's making plays like this, dropping front side low, just smacking people about, you're going to give yourself a good chance to make it to globals. These guys have played very, very well this weekend so far. Vinny.
Yeah, they had a really good start, of course, yesterday. Performance of a lifetime for these guys. And then not the greatest start to day 2 here. And I definitely had questions about, are they going to be able to do it? Is this now the end of that run that we saw from yesterday? Are they going to sort of be hanging on to that global spot and just about maybe sneaking in? But this is a statement performance, just showing exactly why they put themselves in that position after that first day yesterday. And it's nice to see them in this position. It shows that they are capable of doing it. And what they're capable of doing is so, so good in these end games. Really excited to see what they can do now the rest of the games.
I mean, I'm already getting excited for Global Championships, as if I wasn't already excited enough, but we've still got a few more games to go of the Major 3 finals. So let's have a few minutes just to regroup. And then we've got to talk about what happened between Venom and Balabuka. Oh my goodness, I can't take it. I need some tea. Welcome back to the FNCS Europe Major 3 finals. If you've just joined us, congratulations. You joined us at the right time. Any later, it would have been too late because we have got to break down some very hot action from the last game. But we also got to talk about Fredoxy because his trio is now looking so firmly like the front horse race winner, I should say. The trio that might take this major. No more second place for this trio because right now they are solidifying their domination at the top mini minor.
Yeah, a huge performance from these guys. I mean, it was a game that they had to do well in, of course, which I'm sure we'll go into later on about Vico's team, but it had to be a good one. It had to be a solid performance, and oh boy, did they do just that. Third place, 8 eliminations. They went for height as well here and did really well to hold on to it. I think Fredoxy at the end here, 11, did a really great job of just squeezing out as many placement points as he possibly could. Just a fantastic performance. Like, look at that, man. How does he do that? It just shows why they belong at the top.
So we're looking at the standings, and oh my goodness, things have really changed at the top. It might not look like they have, but if you look at that points difference between Tino and Vico, you can start to understand what I mean. And the big difference maker here wasn't either of these two trios. It was Merstash, Malabuka, Ping, and Wox, because they decided to change where they was dropping for the third time on day 2 of the Major 3 finals. And they decided to drop into the loot path of Vico, Veno, and Flixie and take these guys by surprise, Mini Miner.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we wanted. It was very cheeky of them to do that, and the fact that they did it is absolutely insane. Of course, remember, last major, I think a lot of people will draw the comparisons to Vico, Veno, and Flixie actually landing on Malabuka, Ping, and Wox in day number 2. Remember, they were leading on that day, and I think a lot of people are going to see this as a revenge sort of play from Malabuka, Ping, and Wox. It's like, actually, you guys landed on us last season, now we're going to land on you. So a massive shift in that game particularly, and a massive shift in the leaderboard as well, because Vico, Veno, Flixie couldn't get any points in that game.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if this is going to play out in the remaining games of the Major 3 finals. And I know that Flixie hit up Twitter. It's always interesting to see when these big players go down early in a game, just to see their emotional reactions, because they do tend to go and say it to the crowd. And Flixie was no different. He decided to tell the world about the situation from his point of view. I don't know if we do have that tweet to show you guys right now. But yeah, can you remember what it said, Levin?
Well, yeah, we did it to win.
Yes.
They're doing it for us to lose, and that's the statement from Flixie right there. Clearly feeling like this is not an ideal situation for them. Of course, Malabuka doing it for not the right reasons, but ultimately, I think Malabuka's team have to do something to change up. Right, they're at the lower end of the leaderboard. They need to try and find something. They had a solid game in that particular game. There were moments where they were on height as well, looking pretty strong. Yeah. So whether they're now going to continue to land there, I'm not too sure. I just think you have to sympathize with Vico, Veno, and Flixie. The fact that they're getting landed on there, so unfortunate for them. But we'll see how they respond.
I just need to clarify something. Mini Miner actually made a birthday wish before the show started. He wanted to be my favorite analyst. So what he's done is he's had a word with the guys in Denmark, and he's got them to cut Levin's audio. And that is why, even though I'm trying desperately to hear from my favorite analyst, we keep hearing from Mini Miner instead. Just kidding, Mini. I love you both the same. And I love these guys too. Let's head back to Taco and Takata for game 10.
One thing's for sure, Takata, after that Game 9 performance and outcome, tensions are rising. And that's exactly what you want. You want to see all of this kind of messiness, because it just makes it fun, man. It's the Major 3 Grand Finals. Day 2 is upon us, and we are about to find out in a couple of matches here now whether or not 4 new trios for the Global Championship and where they might be dropping, all that good stuff. But first, we have to make it through today's games, so let's go.
Absolute cinema is what we're witnessing here. Will it happen again? Malabuka with their surprise contest onto Vico, Veno, Flixie. This has been a year-long battle they've been having. Not only in the last major did Vico, Veno, Flixie do the opposite and surprise contest Malabuka, but even in Major 1, they were fighting for that first place spot. The back and forth between these trios never ends, not even in the final major of the year. So let's see here if it's going to happen once again, but it looks like things might potentially be safe.
Much more wary, though. Vico, Veno, Flixie, it's obvious nobody is safe. Any and every loop path could be compromised, depending on whether or not teams want to look to see if they can make a big play for themselves. To play a little bit of devil's advocate here, though, Takata, I know a lot of people usually say, hey, yeah, you just never contest a team that's already qualified to the Global Championship. Well, what happens when it's 2 teams that are already qualified to the Global Championship, right? It's just, we know that there's prize pool money on the line, but at the same time, sometimes you just got to get a little bit of revenge in for some fun.
No, that's a good point. And hey, you never know what's going to happen at the Global Championship, right? You don't want to, continue fueling the fire on these battles when the biggest event of the year is coming soon. Malabuka Pink Walks, though, looks like Kappa Kappa Factory is where they have decided to land.
They're kind of forcing Ferozi's team to also be a little bit more held on that outskirt portion, the eastern side of the map. But Ping Malabuka Walks, last match, yeah, it's obviously not going to, there's nothing they can do to throw themselves into, you know, top 3 storylines by any means for Major 3 Grand Finals, Takata. But they could definitely still jump up placements. And Fadil, Volko, Cringe, not being contested at the Outpost Enclave, just tells me that they are going to be looking for a big match here because they need to lock in their spot for the Global Championship.
Yeah, I mean, currently not in qualifying range. 13th place is where they're sitting at. But to be fair, they're only about 18 points-ish outside of that qualifying threshold. So not too far at all. Doesn't even need to be a win. It could just be a decent match in the end game where you do better than your opponents above you. So it's definitely going to be quite possible here with how it's looking. Vico, Benno, Flixie could be in a world of trouble, though, with Ferdoxy close by. Pablo already knocking on Flixie's box. Gotta be careful as Chino's been cracked. Ferdoxy looking quite low. Vendo connecting nice shots. Will this play out as a full engagement, or are they going to be happy with the damage that has been done? Pablo, though, getting right into it.
Vico just getting pressured, sandwiched between 2 members out of Ferdoxy's trio. Be forced to fall back entirely, but Pablo still looking to apply a little bit more of a threatening presence here. Vico finally misform out. And he is just clearing as much space as he can. Regather with Veno, but Flixie still stuck a little bit overhead. Brutal boxcars, Chino, Ferdoxy, Pablo lurking. It seems like Veno's team is the one who decided to take matters into their own hands in Game 10 here, Takata. This has got to be Pablo, Ferdoxy, and Chino looking to get the jump on them one more time, but Veno, Vico, and Flixie, they were ready. They were ready to defend this kind of early contest challenge.
Yeah, they're not going to make it easy for them. This could be a game, well, tournament-winning fight for Chino, Pablo, and Ferdoxy. If they're able to clean up their second-place trio again in an early game, as the shot comes through from Flixie. No cracks, though, nothing big, as Pablo's going to play a bit defensive here. The longer they take, the riskier it gets. The mats are running low. Chino has no more builds. Going to take the safe option to misform out, but Ferdoxy has been eliminated. Leaving Vico, Veno, Flixie with the upper hand.
But that's all that Veno, Vico, Flixie needed. That one elimination onto Ferdoxy. They can afford to camp his reboot card for as long as they want, because they'll have ample amounts of heals too to tank up early storm. And with the control of the Spire, Vico, Veno, Flixie, I mean, the world is their oyster right now. They're just trying to, keep ears to the ground, want to make sure that Pablo can't escape too freely, but Pablo, he might just be out of here. The surf cube. Good for mobility and nobody looking back. He picked his moment, and that might help out. If they can reboot Ferdoxy, there's always a chance for recovery.
100%. I don't know if that was I'm trying to think. Pablo, Ferdoxy, Chino, they already have such an advantage. I mean, obviously it would help significantly to knock out Vico, Veno, Flixie in the early game. But on the other hand, if they end up going down in the early game, it's almost outweighs, how worth it actually is. Because if they both make endgame and both do a decent job, Ferdoxy will still end up winning that long kind of battle for first. So definitely a risky play that they went for and did not quite go their way, but it could have been worse.
It's also kind of tough scenes there for Ferdoxy. Vico winning that exchange between fire shotgun. It's just tough. Happens to the best of us, though. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, Flooded Frogs. A little bit of a bloom battle. Good tags by Pixie, but Pixie also loses all of his shield immediately. Frogs and Lone Wolf Lair, though, bound to just continue staring each other down. But the zone means that Marius, Vanya, and Pixie, they can definitely afford to just hang out at their starting point, and they've already collected basically every healing resource into the center of their POI.
Now they're ready to go. Just like they have been in every single match. We talked about the importance of this match for Fadil, Volko, and Cringe. 18 points off that cutoff currently. All they really need is a solid end game here. But for that, they're going to need enough damage, enough loot. They've already got a decent zone pull so far, but a long ways to go.
Kaiser's maybe a little bit stranded there. The void. Malabuka also off in the distance, but looking back into the action with Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy. Rift Island. It's all the action right now. Mappy, Cheat, and Trexer just looking to prevent Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy from having their way up on top of the Rift Island, but Merstash might just pounce in a moment here. You see Squeezy try and take that challenge up against Trexer, but dropping a little bit of a flank here onto Trexer and Mappy. And Mappy incredibly low now. Lost all of his shield, and Swizzy just steady application, spraying down these walls. Trexer's still holding it for Mappy to try and pop that small shield potion, but this is not looking the best currently for Trexer, Mappy, and Cheatin', and given their position on the leaderboard, they may be better suited at just looking to retreat here. But Swizzy, that's a big shot that just connected, and he will immediately fall back. The hero rank up is going to be a little bit of a bailout, and now Merstash, that's his time to shine. He needs to give that coverage for Swizzy. So Merstash spearheading the charge there. It's going to mean that Cheatin', Mappy, Trexer still playing the defensive.
I'm not sure how I feel about this fight, though. You said it yourself. The last match knocked them out of qualifying range from the Global Championships. They're now 6 points away. So going down here will definitely be detrimental. Good shots have been connected on both sides, but is it really worth the risk? As Trexer gets knocked down, Cheetah now put into panic. His teammates been fully eliminated. Mappy gets cracked as well, as Queasy's looking to close this fight off.
It's all just crumbling right now for Mappy, Trexer, and Cheatin'. If at least one of them can manage to survive, but that's not going to be the case. Only Mappy has the chance to potentially scurry out of here, but it won't be presented to him. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash, overwhelming. And the Battle of Rift Island now confidently in their favor, which means Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash, keep an eye out for them, Takada, because they'll have control of that medallion.
Oh, yeah. Good for them so far down to Puzo. Not looking so good. Flixie gets almost knocked down, but does pick up that elimination. Siphon alongside it. Now bumped up to 3 elims. Looking strong as ever. We talked about it, the riskier the fight gets, the lower the HP they have, the more fuel it almost looks like they're running on. The stronger they get like a confidence buff when on the borderline of getting eliminated. But now it's the 3v1. It should be a quick cleanup here. Get that last elimination. 4 on the board. Looking good for Vico, Veno, Flixie.
Tough break there for Dandapuzo's team, but Flixie, Vico, and Veno here at the heart of Supernova Academy, they've basically infiltrated Fredoxy's starting point ever since they got that early elimination. Probably knew that they could just keep kind of trailing teams that might be looking to play storm-side positions. And Flixie, actually a monster, the way that he's just directly tackling Howley inside of the box. It's just what you would expect of a fighter of their caliber, a player of their caliber, but very, very obvious intentions out of Vico, Veno, Flixie that they don't want to allow Fredoxy's team to have an opportunity to fall back to Supernova, even if they get the reboot off. They have lost the bulk of their resources that they collected at the start.
Ooh, a quick 3-2-1 maybe coming through, but they have been spotted. Rax, with a good eyesight, is going to be able to block off that initial shot, but Chino is actually going to be put to a bit of pressure as Fredoxy's been fully eliminated once again, leaving Chino and Pablo as a duo to close the rest of this fight out. Zangi trying to do what he can to stay up and recuperate that shield. That has been lost, but the pressure for Pablo is not going to stop. Looking for a quick piece, trying to stay ahead of his opponent, but nothing big coming through it yet.
But even with the numbers advantage, Rag, Zangi, and Belusi are still giving so much respect towards Gino and Pablo Wingo, allowing them to kind of sit at the base of this gas station and heal up a little bit here. Fully in control of that vending machine too. And now Rax, Belusi, Zengi. They might continue to try and hold Pablo and Gino in Storm, but the damage has been done here, Takada. This fight has now forced Pablo, Gino, and Fredoxy to basically be sidelined in this lobby. They are at the mercy of teams that have had the luxury of being able to rotate before them, have had the luxury of being able to reboot before them, and just constantly playing a man down is going to make it so hard for them to recover for a solid late game push.
I mean, yeah, especially considering that Vico Venoflix are having a stellar performance right now. Already a good amount of elims and loot, even positioning. So you gotta be careful when the competing kind of second place trio is looking as strong as they are. And with Zangi now wanting to play aggressive, it could get even worse for them. No big crack gonna come through yet, but Zangi not scared to jump right on in.
Zangi nearly got knocked a little bit stuck on that edit, but we'll manage to lap back around. Now Belusi and Rax gonna take over here. There has to be a conclusion now, though, for Pablo and Chino. They've used the bulk of their material. They are left with practically nothing, and Pablo just trying to disengage even further into Storm, but it's going to be of no use. Only Chino left. The odds of him making it towards Pablo's body, impossible. He's already been eliminated, and Chino hiding underneath the stairs here from Zengi and Rax. Belusi, they're just destroying everything around them, trying to see if they can get Chino to just pop out. But Chino, he only has about 5 seconds left. He has to try and take a shot here. His HP is not going to last otherwise, but he won't even be able to make it in. Just been held for entirely too long, and Zengi, Rax, Belusi, well played.
Sneaky play, dropping the shields before running up and getting eliminated. Do it. Everything you can. Now it's going to be a little more than 100 points difference from Vico Venoflixi, but one big win, just like they got in the first 2 matches back-to-back, will be more than enough to put them head-to-head with Fredoxy once again. This is going to get interesting.
Ooh, focus. Not going to win that left side peak exchange, but Upple might still be able to carry through. Upple can't get the job done for Strokey and Enkidoy. Hold fast at Shogun Solitude. But one more time, Takada, these are teams that are very deep in Storm. And Storm Sickness, if that's not enough of a threat, you always have to worry about the teams that are already based up in better positions. And Vanya, Pixie, Matias, they are one of those teams coming out of Lone Wolf Lair.
There's a trio that is very consistent in the early to mid game. They're doing a good job constantly making it to those end games, but they've also had pretty good zones throughout the day, to be fair, especially on day 2. But just closing out on those big matches in the end is kind of what they're lacking. They got a 2nd today, a 6th. One little hurdle with a 15th, but still definitely en route for a solid performance here.
All I'm saying is after that quick flash of the leaderboard, it is fair game right now for jumping into the top 5 here, Takada. There is ample opportunity to strike, and so many of these teams really trying to elevate their position as much as possible. We still have game 11 and 12 to work with, but if Veno, Vico, and Flixie come up massive here, it would just be so painful for Roxy, Pablo, and Gino chasing their first FNCS Blade of Champions title.
I'm kind of hoping it happens. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of hoping it does. It's going to make things very interesting for the final matches. We'll see, though. We're still so early on. 5th zone, closing around Foxy, Floodgates, Island in the zone currently. Could have quite a difficult end game coming here shortly. But so far for our top trios, a lot of shakeups have come through. Yapko Panzer said he had finally got that breakout match they were looking for here in day 2, making it a lot more comfortable.
Oh.
Nothing to worry about, though.
Sometimes you just, I was going to be surprised. I was
Gotta
like,
give it a second.
I swear that they've been getting way more active than that, but yeah, no, this team has definitely done an excellent job at tackling their search thresholds. But Veno, Vico, Flixie not too far behind from where Panzer, Yapko, and Seti are currently rotating through. And this is going to be tough with the way the zone is pulling, Takata, because anytime you get these natural elevation shifts, anytime it starts to pull a little bit more over that dam too, it gets very, very scary with teams trying to make it over the water as well as over some of those structures.
Merstash, Queasy, Swizzy have been on this island for a majority of the match so far, especially with kind of the success of those quick 3 eliminations on Trexer's trio earlier on. But unfortunately for them, the zone is going to pull away, and they no longer have the luxury of the island zone.
But they still have the perks of having overtaken Rift Island in the first place. They'll already make their rotate to find a way to wrap around, stay out of sight, out of mind. Flixium, Izzy, Fozzy, they were trying to prevent catching the attention here from Vico, Veno, Flixie, but this is an experience, I think, for first-time finalist players. It's always important to kind of get your toes in the water and get a little bit of a taste of what a set lobby looks like in a finals like EU. But Vico, Veno, Flixie, probably so happy about getting that refresh. That was a lot of material and everything else they could possibly want for this dead side push.
Yeah, a quick lesson for the up-and-coming talent from Vico, Veno, and Flixie to what you're really up against. Going against the best of the best. Best way to improve. And now, with those 6 eliminations, they are more than set up to have a solid match here and get closer and closer to overthrowing that first place spot. But for some trios, it's more than just a solid performance on the leaderboard. It's a chance to compete at a global stage. And that's what Volko, Cringe, and Vidil are looking for.
Cutting it a little bit too close for comfort in more ways than one. Surge, not as healthy as they would like it to be. Go for a big creative play onto Artis, but Artis will barely manage to escape. And too many eyes on Cringe, now a victim of the lobby. Fortunately, he still got Volko and Vidil. Throw his body backwards, but Waze immediately tried to jump on the opportunity. Instead, Gabix getting shut down forward alongside his teammate. Gabix just gonna roll right through instead, but Volko, he's gonna be the main one to hold strong here. Maciak knows that this team is just to her, and Vidil will be the last man standing, trying to confirm this fight. That tree just getting in everybody's way at the same time. They lost Cringe, but Vidil, what a finish. He'll at least have Volko to try and play through this endgame with.
It's still doable, but I think an even bigger problem is the rotate they're going to have to do late now. Quite literally the last trio that's going to make it in. All eyes will be on them. Very unfortunate how it did end up, but you know, in the end, it's possible to do it as a duo. It's going to be a lot more difficult, but at least they were able to pick up that last elimination. We'll see if they can continue forwards. Bevy's another trio kind of right on that borderline, trying to hold on. I see and Kidoi close by. Strokey up as well.
And these teams, they're just looking to try and find a little bit of uncontested space towards that front side low. We've seen plenty of interchangeable moments towards the high ground in these final zone appearances that for Strokey, Bevies, and Kidoi, all they're looking to do is just create as much space as possible and then pull the teams behind them. Or take advantage of pre-edits playing through your back tarp, but at least for right now, willing to sit tight. 355 above still. So not an immediate pressure rush necessarily on their damage metrics, but they want to stay out of the heat of the battle, and that's something that Seti, Yapko, and Panther find themselves kind of stuck between. Although they look to be on the winning ends of it. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash. Two different teams looking at them. They'll try to fall back, but I fear they're just getting lobbied at this point, Takata.
Threw Swizzy like a sacrifice there for a moment. Said, take out him, not me. Queasy, Merstash now left as a duo. This is a common occurrence for this trio. They are going down right before the moving zones. Right before when it matters most in terms of placement points, but they've got
Okay.
a high position. They've got a good amount of damage, and despite being a duo, they definitely will have what it takes. One shot is all it took for Volko to go down as well. What a clean connect.
And it's not even just that. Vadil's now looking to try and play for the revive, but Vadil is underneath, just getting ticked away by Surge. The last small shield potion, the last med miss grenade. He does still have a med kit, and he's been bailed out at these final moments, but he's just too much on the cusp. He's trying to get ahead now. Surge is about to start ticking away at his life. But if he can find a little bit of breathing room, he might be able to pull something crazy together.
And with the 6 metal boxes that he built, I think it's going to be enough to protect him for at least a few more seconds. Vico, Veno, Flixie now looking to get the performance they need to take that first place spot. The deal needs some tags for above. Only a few minis and a med kit left.
Fake it till you make it. Vadil, he's playing as if he's not a solo. He doesn't really have any other options. He's trying to get ahead to see if he can find a big pump connection. A refresh would be everything right now from his current standing. Anything to get those additional placement points. But Vanya, Marius, Pixie, they're going to make that journey all the more difficult. They've got control of height right now, Takata, and they have max material, basically. Rags to riches kind of component here as Vadil ticked away once more by the Surge. He needs to find a shot, and he connects, but it's just not enough. He's just not healthy, and he goes down. Merstash, Queasy, could be a different outcome entirely. Midground, a little bit of a hold here. Kurama, Kiddo, X, underneath. Gotta watch him make sure that those floors don't suddenly disappear.
Great job holding it out as a duo, though. No longer playing for hype, but Kido is going to go down. Bevy's left alone. 10 builds, and it's all wood. As he's just 11 shields left. Forced to pop a couple minis, but unfortunately, from down under, is going to get eliminated. Marius, Pixie, Vanya looking healthier than ever above. Vico, Beno, Flixie choosing more of a mid-ground route here. Actually gets the knock onto iDrop. Tyree Kami now put into a world of pressure as they've gotten a massive elimination, putting them 1,800 above, and now with Zone pulling back, they're going to recycle that tarp.
Vika, Veno, Flixie, though, they want more than just to recycle their old builds. They want to take control of the front side of Zone. They beat everybody else to the punch, have a chance to heal up a little bit, and now they just look back, they control their backside target. They can play through 3 edits. They have so much space claimed, though, in this front side low position. Another team just ahead of them, CZB, Axe Force, Nathan, they don't know that these are their builds. Vika opens up with some big shots, and CZB will be the first to fall. Nathan now trying to see if he can escape the clutches of Vika, Veno, and Flixie, but it's just not enough here, Takata. It's so many eliminations already for this team.
They haven't even been hit. The chemistry is looking like an all-time high from Vico, Veno, Flixie. Yapko left alone, doing what he can to maintain that momentum from the previous win they just got in the last match, down to just a couple med mists. Now has a bit of time to breathe in the zone. Pixie, Marius, Vanya still without a single ounce of pressure up above, just raining down on the trios below them. Yapko now going to make his way onto zone. Last med mist is going to be used. Has to find the angle here, kind of opening a path that he can later go through. I don't even know if he's going to make it, though. He might hear Akira behind him. An opportunity for a quick siphon, but without the connection, he's not going to get it. Falls to zone.
Just doesn't make it in time. The lobby is so stifling right now for Queasy, who's just barely managed to go undetected from the team on high. Marius, Vanya, Pixie, this is going to be a battle of high versus low. Veno, Vico, Flixie, one of the few teams that could be in a realistic chance of overtaking the high ground, but with the way that Marius, Veno are currently in control, Pixie will get stopped though, and Vico, he's gonna barge right in with that knock, the elimination, siphon the materials, but more importantly, Vanya and Marius are now a duo in comparison to this trio. 9 eliminations, make it 11. Flixie just waiting to see whether it'll be Vanya or Marius who drops first. Marius loses all of his shields. Flixie doesn't misform doesn't take him high enough. Chicho, Aegis, and Tayson all the while. They might not have materials, but they have each other. And that could be the deciding outcome here. Vanya falling back, has a little bit of HP still left in the Chug Jug. Chicho, similar mentality. But Vanya, he's got nothing else left. He has to actually chase after Chicho, but they're just too far away. Chicho still has his misform too. Chicho's still getting tagged up from behind. Vanya might just be able to close the gap. Vanya makes it happen. Marius, Pixie, and Vanya steal this one away. What an upset.
You can't run. You can't hide. Vanya, Pixie, Marius closing it out, securing themselves a top 3 placement back on that leaderboard. They were waiting for the win to come through. They were so close throughout the day. They got a 2nd, they got a 6th, and now finally they've gotten the victory royale.
Sometimes it's just crazy enough until it works, and Vanya completely out of options. The only choice to be made in that instance, Takata, was to try and chase down that final elimination, at least keep them in the line of sight to apply that pressure. But the high ground hold here was so impressive. Maybe a slight bailout, though, from Cammy and Hadi, because they did kind of sandwich Venom, Vico, and Flixie in the process, but still, Marius had to keep his cool collected.
And that is exactly what he did, counting on Vanya in those last moments to chase Chicho down for the final pump shot. 24 HP is what he had left when he connected the shot, and that is definitely going to boost them into the top 3. I'm excited to see how it's looking, but I'm more excited to see Frankie, Levin, and Minnie take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. That is the Vanya we have loved watching in FNCS for the past couple of years. It feels like despite their 4th place on the leaderboard going into Game 10, they've slightly been missing in action so far this major, but now we've seen them finally take a victory royale. It feels like order is restored, Mini Miner.
Yeah, it definitely does. This is a prime sort of Vanya, Pixie, Marius win. This is exactly how I expected them to play at the beginning of the weekend. I expected more of this sort of high ground domination, and wow, what a high ground domination it was. They kept reconnecting down below. Nobody could really even look up, and then they got so far into the game that then Vico, Venom, Flixie thought to look up as well, and they decided to spray them out. And again, they're a really good team at doing that, but Levin, they were able to just bat them away really effectively, and I think a couple of other trios definitely helped them in that push, but a huge win for these guys and a great push for them.
I love the drone shot there of their height, right? The connection points, just how solid it looks. Anybody looking up is thinking, yeah, no chance for us at all. This is what we've been waiting to see. Like you guys have both said so well, and a perfect time to see it, right? So many of their top competitors high up there in the leaderboards didn't have quite the best of games. First place in particular, Fredoxy's trio had gone down, and so if there was ever going to be a time to push for a comeback, it was now. But even with that being said, I didn't think they were going to win this game. At the final moments, I'm looking down, and I sort of was getting ready to come in here and be like, hey man, Tayson with a win. Hey, big win for Tayson. But I guess these guys said, nah, don't count us out too early. Marius with some huge shots there. Vanya catching it with the perfect timing. I mean, you know, I know a lot of us in that situation might have missed that shot. You know, I know I would have missed that shot. So, you know, the best of the best, they don't miss in those situations, and that's exactly what Vanya is.
This is the key thing about this trio. Not only are they at their most comfortable in the high ground, they are also fighters, but can they fight for the top spot? We will see if they can continue with a back-to-back major win after the next couple of games. So let's go to a break and we'll go onwards with the tournament. are just 2 more games of the FNCS Europe competitive season, and they are going to be absolute bangers. Judging by how the gaps on the leaderboard are closing, it's very tough at the top. But it was a good showing for one of those contenders in the last game. Vico, Veno, and Flixie, they managed 11 eliminations and a 5th place. And when they are making it to these end games 11, they do tend to be picking up a lot of names.
Look, very good game to close the gap even more. Potentially a missed opportunity, right? You know, you don't know how many of those games you're going to get where Chino and them do absolutely nothing. And so, you know, they want to maybe squeeze a bit more out of that game, right? That was a game I was, you know, hoping that they could win again to maybe take first place. Regardless of that though, Mini Miner, I know these next couple games are about to get freaky, man. So something crazy is gonna happen. It's just guaranteed. With how close it is now, I saw, you know, Fredoxy tweeting about needing free for off-spawn practice. I don't know what's gonna happen these next 2 games, but I know it's gonna blow my mind.
It's going to be exciting. It's going to be really, really exciting. But yeah, Vico, Veno, Flixie, they needed to have some sort of a solid game here. We were sort of speaking in the back whether they would have known that Fredoxy's team would have gone down, and they probably would have. So they knew they needed a solid game. Again, it's one of those sort of games where, as you mentioned, they could have done a little bit better, but it keeps them in it. It keeps them up on the top of the leaderboard. There's even a potential for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius to squeak in there as well. So we've still got a very, very close race at the top of the leaderboard. It's just about now, what's Fredoxy going to do? Is he going to continue that sort of W key? We're going to see a little bit more reserved game plan from them. Are they going to stick to what works? I'm not too sure yet.
There were difficult moments for quite a few of the trios in the top 10 in that last game. However, Tayson, Chicho, and Haris, they are constantly there at the end game right now, Mini Miner. It's no surprise to see them still in 5th position. They are definitely looking comfortable for global championships. I'm not so sure about them managing to make it to the number 1 spot, however.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll be really happy with how they're doing today. Of course, they are already qualified from last major as well, so they already have that sort of, you know, flexibility, that little bit of freedom, right? But I think what I'm expecting from these guys is just more of the same. They seem to do really, really well when it comes to these end games, playing that low ground, as we mentioned before. And Chicho in particular has been clutching up so many points for this team, and the way that they were able to sort of stay alive as a trio here in the end game was really strong too. So they've been keeping up their 11. They've been keeping in that position.
Yeah, honestly, at this stage, I'm at the point with these guys where I'm very chuffed, right? You know, when you look at Tayson and sort of the year and a half he's had, there were a lot of washed allegations, you know? There was a lot of people saying he needs to pack it up. He's done. And now, you know, assuming they close it out similar to this position, you know, around that 5th spot, that's going to be 2 back-to-back majors where Tayson's had a good result. And that's, you know, a very good sign going into the global championships. It's good to see him, Haris, and Chicho performing.
But with that in mind as well, I mean, you could have said that about Seti and Cammy's trios. And I know that Cammy hasn't necessarily had the best finals here. He's definitely shown, though, that there is definitely skill there. But we've got to talk about Seti, because Seti is absolutely challenging for that top spot. Yes, he might not have the same firepower across the board as Fredoxy's trio, but it's been a really impressive showing so far, Levin.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been very impressive. It's been exciting. I can't wait for the excitement. None of us can wait for the excitement. And I mean, thinking in terms of the leaderboard, it's heating up, Taco. It's definitely heating up.
Things are definitely getting pretty crazy out there, Takada. Nobody is safe. Levin already mentioned it, but you got Fredoxy looking to get a little bit wicked on socials. And if this is how it's going to turn into an ultimate brawl fest between some of our top end teams in EU, I am all for it, Takada, because what looked like it was going to be a 2-horse race has now opened up for a few other teams. So let's see what Game 11 has in store.
A lot is on the line here for these final 2 matches. Cammy's done a great job to push himself into currently the borderline, the cutoff to qualify to the global championship is 330 points. Mr. Savage, CZB, Nathan, these are 2 trios that are right below them, right below that cutoff. And if you look at the top end of the leaderboard, Fredoxy at 614 points, Vico, Veno, Flixie 580, a lot closer now to that 1st place spot.
But one point of pressure that's definitely been a little bit alleviated is Outpost, Enclave, Vadil, Cringe, Volko. no longer being immediately 50-50 contested at this drop. And right now sitting just on the outskirts of the leaderboard. Takata heading into this lobby. They are in that 12th place position. So they're definitely not out of this fight just yet for Globals. But some teams might be out of the lobby pretty early on here at Supernova Academy because Pablo, Frodoxy, Chino, they've got company. And it's kind of odd to think that a team would want to take their chances, but sometimes you never know the way the cookie's going to crumble.
I feel like they knew they were getting dropped on too with, Frodoxy posted on socials 3 for 3 off spawn. Wanted to get a, quick bit of practice in before it started. Looks like it was Robin, Kylie, and co.
Chino's not convinced. He knows someone is lurking, and he's trying to outlurk them. Frodoxy and Pablo can take care of the other affairs, but Chino's sick of the wait. He's ready to get a move on, get a little bit more involved. But Robin, silent as a mouse, just tucked away inside of the buildings at Supernova Academy, and Chino isn't careful. Could find himself getting knocked, and that would leave them in a pretty awkward position. But Robin as a solo, even if he gets one, he still has to deal with the other two.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's a battle from opposite ends of the leaderboard. It's almost been a blessing for Pablo, Frodoxy, and Chino. Some quick eliminations off the start, but the issue is, you can get the good elims, but the whole point, the whole play style from Frodoxy, Chino, and Pablo is to be very quick in the early game and get out of there as fast as possible and start disrupting the players around you. So it's going to be tough that they can't do that anymore. Looks like for Cammy, Hydrop, and Hari, though, huge start, especially considering the place they are right now in the standings. This is exactly what they wanted.
Well, it's not only that, but it seems like that earlier, somewhat of a gentleman's agreement where both teams had initially been splitting Shining Span, and Cammy Hardy, they got sick of it. They're like, what are we giving these guys half our POI for? So early fights, early outcomes just mean more stealth opportunities. Foxy Floodgate could start getting a little bit of motion here from Maciak, for Hala, Kaisers, all depends. Are they going to be able to find a big opening shot here onto Trexer or Mappy? They are so patient. The discipline right now, Takata. They want to be fully convinced that it's over for Trexer before they take that first shot. The 3-2-1.
Oh.
It's right there, but Trexer, he might just get far enough. Still, Maciak, Kaiser for Hala.
Little quicker, come on now.
I'm more amazed at the fact that someone in a surge base that's at like the top of the stairs of Narnia hasn't spotted what's going down here, though. Maybe it's just a little bit too early. They're not done with building the ramps just yet, but...
one gray AR. Not sure what the teammates are looking like. This is a good opportunity, though. Trexer is a bit split up now at the vending machine. If they want to make a play, I guess they're banking on them heading over here.
They're just far enough away that if they don't connect with the 3-2-1 immediately, they're probably cooked because Maciak only has a Grace Fire Rifle. These guys
here it is.
Are just hoping that they can finish this.
Oh, no.
But Trexer throws up the wall. They don't even get the chance to take a shot. They were scouted out before. Still, Trexer on the run, dropping all the way to the bottom of Foxy Floodgate. Sound the alarms, though. The rest of his team knows this is a mayday situation. They're trying to catch up, but Trexer, connection out of Perhala. But here are the troops. Mappy, reinforcements have arrived. Perhala, Maciak, Kaisers. Maciak incredibly hurt. He needs Perhala and Kaisers to give some supportive measures here. But now they're playing a little bit more split than what they had initially been after. Mappy, Trexer cheating. Might actually be able to 180 this into their favor.
It's a tough spot to be in, though. Stuck without anywhere to go. Perhala gonna either have to hit a big shot here, make something happen. Trexer looking for an angle. Good news is no potential third parties in sight. If you look at the bottom right in the mini-map.
The other issue that's developing, though, is that with Rift Island spawning in shortly, there's definitely going to be other teams that are going to get drawn to the area. It's a bit of an awkward spot for them to be fighting in. For Hala, Kaiser's Maciak, they've essentially burrowed themselves into a hole that they aren't going to be able to get out of unless they fight their way through. Trexer, Mappy, and Cheatin', but Trexer, Mappy, Cheatin', they've got every angle closed off. This entrapment and Kaiser shield gone. It's HP soon to follow. For Hala, though, is full around inside the box, but they are fully pieced up. Trexer, Mappy, Cheatin', making quick work of Maciak's trio. 2 eliminations. Only survivor right now is Perhala, but with no shield and just waiting for that cooldown refresh. He's not going to get the chance on the cape. He's fully locked out.
Yeah. Taking a bit too long for the 3-2-1. Got forced into the worst situation, stuck down below. Still got one more match, though, to make something happen. Snazy on the other end, barely escaping with that mist form right on into the bush. But when you got Queasy and Swizzy chasing after you, it's only a matter of time. No big shots coming through yet. Seems like a whole other trio actually playing. Yeah, a whole other trio close by. Queasy has to be careful of potential 3-2-1 to come onto him.
Queasy's got red in his eyes. It's actually Swizzy that's going to be the first one knocked from Ivan Ortiz and Ifrozi intervening. Queasy just hoping that he can make some form of escape, but that is not going to be an option. He'll have to wait for the final lobby, and they're going to need a big performance because right now they were just sitting outside of that top 5 threshold on the leaderboard, Takata, and this early spill is going to be very disastrous for that leaderboard.
Yeah, that's tough. It's incredibly close in the top 5 currently, so going down in 6th place now is definitely not what you want. Ivan gonna go help his teammate now. I don't think they know that Snazy is in that bush directly in front of them, though.
That's fine. They don't need to know. That's what Snazy is kind of banking on, that these guys have no idea. But Ivan's a little bit quicker than that, and Snazy, it's just a lot of delays. I like the fact that there's still some life left in the fight, but Snazy knows his time is up. In match 11, Ivan, Ifrozi, and Artist just picked the perfect time to strike. And that's a big part of the problem spread across the map here, Takata, is that teams that weren't anticipating these early fights, you just don't know what's going to happen at your drop because so many different elements are just shifting at once.
Trulex left as a solo. Not the spot you want to be in, being kind of on, not the literal borderline, but pretty close to it for qualifying to globals. So going down here, not a good look. The good news is no pursuit onto him, so a bit of time to kind of play it slow here, wait for the zone to pull on in, and then go for that reboot in the zone when it's less likely that there's players around you.
Just having to wait, though, for those teams in the surge base to actually rotate out, because a trio could very easily, even if they don't get that elimination, they just hold you for so long. Pablo, Chino, Verdoxy now opting, try and apply some pressure against Pixie and Vanya and their surge base. And Vanya, Pixie, we know that they love stockpiling more than enough heals. They're not really in any threat right now, but Volko, Vadil, Cringe, they are just getting collapsed on right now. And Cringe, it's Artis, Ifrozi, and Ivan that they took the challenge with. Cringe might be able to ultimately win this battle, though, and that would be massive for Vadil and Volko. And Artis definitely feeling the pressure. He's going to try to run away. He wants to at least play spoiler. He's trying to make it to Cringe's teammates' bodies. He wants to eliminate them fully. Just make this lobby all the more difficult for Vadil's trio. But Cringe closing in. Takata, he might be able to just play for the revive and just draw Artis in closer to him. But he has to start going for a revive because he needs to heal his teammates before they get knocked by the storm.
So much pressure on Cringe's shoulders here. Is able to pick up the deal, though. Now, upper hand in the 2v1. The pursuit's going to come through, but I was going to say go for Volko, but a little too late. Volko goes down. They good news is now they're able to bring Volko back into the game shortly here, and it could have been a lot worse if Cringe ended up going down. But Vico Veno Flixi getting a bit of movement in.
Veno, see if you can get the opening shot onto Atrus, but gotta choose your battles wisely. Veno, Vico, Flixi, they know. Whether they get these knocks or pure eliminations, they wanna lock down their surge damage. Vico, Veno, Flixi from overhead. A little bit of smothering taking place now for Tastage Trio. They're definitely feeling the pressure. And Vico not willing to budge either on Atrus's wall. Veno from overhead trying to open up a separate angle to try and get a little bit of additional pressure in. But Chicho and Tayson, they are boxed up tight. They do not want to allow for any small openings, any cracks to slip through. But they're constantly on the back foot here, just getting pushed further and further back into Storm.
Another full trio too, getting closer and closer, sneaking on up. The danger levels are rising, and they know this. Chicho doing what he can to back up a little further. Flixi, Vico, and Veno know how important it can be to finish these off, these fights off quickly. As Tayson gets knocked, it's exactly what they're gonna end up doing. Medmist gonna come through. Vico now looking for an angle, a potential full box onto Haris here. He gets it, he connects, and that's another knock for the trio. But now the third party is very close, and this could be detrimental.
This is where that Spire control really comes into play. Vico, Veno, and Flixi made a fast enough set of eliminations there that now even with Wheat, Sinet, and Nefrizi looking to try and challenge them, this might be more than what Wheat, Sinet, and Nefrizi have bargained for. They'll probably just be happy to take the leftovers of Chicho. But one more time, Takata, we're looking at teams in that top 5 threshold of the leaderboard that are just encountering some early problems, some early departures. And now Nefrizi, Sinet, they might just need to take that victory and try and bail out of here, because Veno, Flixi, and Vico are knocking down the doors, and they might just force Sinet into a fight that he doesn't want at all, just continuing to try and run away. But Veno refusing to let this one go.
I mean, it was looking for a moment like a dangerous third party, but Vico, Veno, Flixi, they're all for it. They said, come on over. We'll invite you to the party, actually, if you want. As now the aggression's onto them. Sinet, Wheat, and Frizzy doing what they can to escape. Turned into predator to prey quite quickly, but Vico, Veno, Flixi now, they're going to take the safe route. They got their eliminations. They got their damage. They're running a bit low on materials here, so no point in continuing with that pursuit. They're going to back up, play calm, collected again, recuperate those mats, and go forwards. But hold on. Upple, focus, Mixin. Maybe they're not even done pushing these players.
Veno, Vico, and Flixi are just cutting off so many separate teams. Chap, Reese, and Savage in a different fight for survival at Resistance Base. Get a little bit of a look back. Savage, nice knock onto Jewel. Savage and Chap looking to secure this fight, which just means that Reason very likely going to be brought back into this one. But continuing what was taking place with Vico, Veno, Flixi, Upple, and Focus. Now trying to see if they can disengage, but they are completely trapped right now in the clutches of Veno team. But Veno,
Oh, no.
he's going to be the one knocked.
Oh,
Vico
no.
follows shortly after, and Flixi, last man standing now for Veno's team. But a huge refresh for Focus, Upple, and Mixin. Catastrophic results there, though, for Veno's team. And that is going to completely put their plans to a halt in Game 11.
Were they feeling too confident? Just gifted Upple, Mixin, and Focus, some of the best loot in the game. I'm pretty sure Chino, Pablo, and Fredoxy are looking quite strong in this game. They're kind of just doing the safer Surge Tower, Surge ramping strategy early on, and now Flixi forced to play it alone. It's going to be late to the end game. Not as good loot. I mean, if any trio is going to make a comeback, though, Flixi gets the reboot. Wouldn't be surprised if we see them fight once again, and all it takes is one trio wipe to kind of get what you lost. You can see a little bit of how it went down. Quick shot onto Veno.
Just the perfect split approach. And the moment that Veno was compromised, Vico wanted to try and make it towards his teammate and ended up working against him. But we did get a chance to preview Savage, Chap, and Reason winning their exchange too. So they were able to play for the reboot. Reason is back in the match. And you have to remember, these have been some pretty big swings for teams that are just hugging that qualifying range.
It's getting nerve-wracking. The pressure is definitely on here. Just like a match and a half left. One match after this. We can take a look now at how Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino are looking. 3 elims on the board. Spare shields now just waiting for a bit of extra damage on the trios rotating. Definitely a lot healthier than Vico, Veno, Flixie at the moment. Right when the gap was closed, it could potentially get put further once again. But the
big,
reboot's
though.
gonna come through and the comeback begins.
They still have to recover all of that lost surge. They still have to try and make the rotate in. And they still have to try and deal with Pablo, Ferdoxy, and Chino, where the ball's basically in their court, Takada. All they have to do is play consistent. And if there's one thing that this team has been throughout the course of this weekend, it is consistent at making it both into those end games and absolutely fragging out in the process.
Yeah, I don't think you can be more dead center in a zone. You saw them marking the section of the zone that's in Storm as well, that they'll quickly be the first to rotate to. They are honestly primed up in terms of positioning and ready to make it happen. But and Kidoi, Pastrokey, Bevies, big match is what we want to see come from this trio. 8th place on the leaderboard, 15 above the cutoff currently to qualify 2 globals, and they can secure that spot quickly here with a good match.
Ooh. Little friendly tag from Bevies. He knows the direction that it came from, though. Take a little bit of refuge inside the buildings during the process of this rotate. Slight fall damage, but there's a little bit of wiggle room for error here. It's not like it's anything that's going to compromise him just yet, but Pablo, Ingo, Ferdoxy, Chino, another team in their midst. And they could care less. They'd rather focus exclusively on positioning. They know that if they get boxed and set up in an elevated position, any other teams that are looking to challenge them in the surrounding area are going to have so much difficulty with just getting to where they're at on height. But Seti Yapko Panzer approaching from the dead side of zone. And they're going to be the first ones to let Pablo, Ferdoxy, and Chino know this is actually our spot, not yours.
One step ahead. It's what you tend to see with Seti. I mean, we talked about it in the last major. When a new meta begins, when there's a new start, the pros you'd look at was Cammy, Seti. But I mean, now with the new trios being formed, you can always count on them. Unfortunately, though, the zone has pulled to quite literally the opposite side of the map from them. Would have been an insane position to play the match out from, but they're quick on the rotate here.
Only so much that can be done. Looking into what Marius, Vanya, and Pixie have been up to, though. Wouldn't say that they're caught, but definitely a handful of teams slightly positioned to blockade them a little bit at the crest of that hill peak. Vico, Veno, Flixie, though, on the underbelly of the low ground. Just looking around. I mean, you can tell that they're trying to set up for the pre-edit, and they've got enough space to work with. It's really just going to boil down to, are there any teams in desperate need of surge? Tinas and Geddes, they might have just given away their position, though. As soon as movement was detected, Vico, Veno, Flixie looking to fight their way back into this one. 261 above that surge threshold, but they want every refresh possible, Takada. They're going to need some heals if they want to work through this endgame.
They always play aggressive, but they're going to have to play a bit extra aggressive here to come back from the hiccup that they ran into. Almost getting knocked down there. All 3 players still up, though. Cammy, Hurry, iDrop. A lot on the line for this trio being in that 9th place spot. You saw from the quick stat, there's 4 trios that will qualify today to the Global Championship, but with 5 of the trios already on the top end of that leaderboard, it's top 9 is what you need to get a spot in the Globals, and Cammy's literally the cutoff currently for that. Yapko, Seti, Panzer in a much more comfortable positioning on the standings, but still have a couple matches to go. They cannot go down this early.
But on the other end of that spectrum, Seti versus Cammy, that narrative, it isn't just going to disappear overnight. And Yapko with a big shot onto Hizix. That is a huge body tag to find. And it is now forced everyone else to just immediately pull back. They do not wish to try and challenge Yapko, Seti, and Panzer. And it's realistically, it's gotta just about whether or not some of these fan favorites can just barely manage to trickle their way in. You already called it. We've seen more teams than what there are slots available for that global championship. And Savage, Tabriz, they are one of them, trying to force their way to France. But this damage threshold is working against them. They've got a little bit of lobby focus on them too. Trying to see if they can go for a little bit more of a sideways approach, but the team holding frontside low, that's going to be a real problem for them unless somebody else can intervene here. Vico, Flixie, Veno, a little bit hurt.
Yeah, talk about problems, just 12 above, no shield to work with. Vico's literally one good pump shot away from getting eliminated. Veno now cracked as well. Flixie, the last player of the trio with shield still, but that knock is going to grant them a bit more time as the shots continue to connect. They might just have to go all in for this. They need the loot. They need the refresh. And this is the start.
Vico, Veno, and Flixie know that they have to take every single attempt. But Flixie being knocked, Veno just trying to make it towards his body to see if he can gather the loot from his teammate. Good amount of builds, though. That's something for Veno and Vico. It's all about whether or not Prodoxy, Pablo, and Gino are in a similar position, or if they're in a much healthier section. But Pink, Nebs, and Kiro, they're looking to try and have a monumental setup here. And they need this, Takada. They want to try and find their way into that leaderboard for the global championship, and they're so close.
They desperately need this taco. I know Levin's smiling looking at this right now, but the job is just getting started. 156 above. They're going to want to hold on to this height for the rest of the game. A win is literally what they need to put them in contention for a spot in France. Pablo now for Doxy. Gino forced to go down below, staying ahead of zone. But be careful as Gino gets cracked, put into panic, but his teammates have his back.
I was trying to figure out whether or not Pablo, Prodoxy, and Gino look just as scuffed as Veno and Vico, but slightly better position since they actually have all three teammates running. Veno and Vico still looking to try and maneuver their way. They're just one layer above ultimate low on the front side. And they'll have the opportunity to heal up from the Chug Jug, but they don't have heals to actually outlast the lobby. Nice little body collection. If Veno can actually hold the wall here, Vico will find those final tags just to make sure that they can claim all of the loot. But Veno dashing forward immediately. Got the misform available. He's going to have to fight his way through the lobby. He's got Vico right next to him. Chino, Prodoxy, Pablo, similar fashion. And Pink, Nebs, and Kiro are going to be the ones causing destruction towards these lower layers, just spraying down from height.
A crucial zone pull back for Pink on height, allowing them to conserve so many materials, but Vico's got to be careful now. He's out of mats. He's dropped to 23 HP. Veno is cracked as well. It's looking much brighter for Pablo, Prodoxy, and Gino in this match as Vico, Veno, Flixie go down.
Yapko, Seti, they might be the ones that Pablo, Prodoxy, and Gino can thank later on, but Gino, job's not finished. They've still got to work with what they've been given. They're going to try to continue to hold their spot on that front side low, but Seti and Panzer on the other fold of it might look to try and sandwich them along the way. Pink, Nebs, Kiro still posing so much of a threat. They see the men miss grenades. They're just trying to apply pressure onto teams that are looking to heal up. Heavies now has fallen. Pixie might be able to take advantage of stealing the loot away, and that's perfect for Vanya. But now Pixie, Vanya right behind them. Pablo comes charging in next to Chino. They're just trying to get as fraggy as possible right now.
Hopefully, they can pick up a few more. Vanya's fully cracked, though. Pixie's potentially going to be left as a solo. Great job grouping up, though. They have a bit of time to heal. Chino going right on in with a huge pump on the Vanya, though. You can't get too comfortable. Pixie will get the knock. Full Elim now, but he's left alone.
Pixie will be forced to play it as a solo, and with the rest of the lobby already looking to close in, and Chug Jug, I buy him a little bit more time. Upple focus, Mixon toward high. Pink has been knocked. Pink has been eliminated. Kiro trying to hold it down. They needed such a strong performance, Takata, to surge their way up the leaderboard. And for Doxy, he's just looking to hold on to first as long as he possibly can. Mappy not gonna be able to make it through, and for Doxy closes in the perfect two-place shots, those double eliminations. That might be the answer that Ferdoxy needed. And he's looking to cause even more problems for the teams on height. Ferdoxy with the misform might have been a little bit too greedy with his positioning though, Takata. He's drawn the attention of the high ground team.
Has to be careful. Pixie knocking on his door. Gets eliminated. Pixie with a quick elimination is now Upple forced to drop down. They want the refresh, but Pixie looking potentially unstoppable here as the pressure's onto him. He has the heals, but not the time. Gets eliminated by Focus. Upple now forced down below with the mist form. Trying to group up with his teammate. It's a 2 versus 1. I drop the solo. Pressure is on. Shot connects, and Focus with the 10 eliminations secures the win for his team.
Just needed to connect the one, knew that the storm would take care of the rest, but that was getting really topsy-turvy for a moment there, Takata, between high and low. There were so many solos just sprinkled throughout our top end of the leaderboard, and teams also just outside of that qualifying range for the Global Championship.
No, this is huge for Upple as well. Focus and Mixon, they had a 21st, a 25th going into this match, and now it's definitely gonna bump up their chances to qualify. I mean, they might even be in qualifying range already after this match with the amount of eliminations that Focus was picking up in the end, looking monstrous, one after another, ending with 10 eliminations. I think that was exactly what they needed to bump them into qualifying range for the Global Championships in France, but the job is not finished. There's still one match left until we crown our champions and crown our 4 trios that will qualify the Global Championship in France. It is getting stressful. The pressure is on, but let's head on over to the desk.
Thank you so much. Yes, the pressure is on a lot of these trios right now. Even the ones inside the top 10 who have already qualified for Leon are feeling the heat. And there are several trios we've got to talk about. But first of all, let's talk about the victory royale for Mixon's trio, because they managed to capitalize on the height that Pink's trio sadly left behind in their wake. But obviously, it was a good thing for these guys, Mini Miner.
Yeah, great performance from these guys. Haven't seen too much of them in terms of the end game. They've been in and around that position, but no massive pop-off performances. And what better time, Levin, than to pop off right now when they're trying to make that last minute push for the Global Championship spots. Absolutely huge for these guys to make it to this point. And now this is all about them. Can they clutch up in this final game?
I mean, if they can keep hitting shots like this, if Focus can keep playing at this level. In the previous game, right, he was the one that obviously took down Vico and Veno in that fight, and I was like, hold on a minute, Focus is hitting some shots here, man. All right, he's feeling it. To come through in this game and pop off like that, I mean, that is a player who is hungry and determined to make it to the Global Championships.
Don't forget, Upple missed out on a spot in Global Championships by 1 place in Major 2, but he looks to be getting even further up the leaderboard in Major 3, so maybe we'll see him in Lyon, but there is just one more game to go. Let's take a break, and then we'll be taking a look at the leaderboard, because everything is on the line. There's just one more game remaining before we find out the 11 trios who are going to be representing Europe at the Fortnite Global Championships in Lyon, France. 4 teams to be decided after this game, and of course, the major 3 winners. And right now, Fredoxy, Chino, and Pablo Wingo just have to have a good game to pull off the victory. Major 2, they came second, but today they are playing like winners, Levin.
Absolutely. You look at Major 2, they were so impressive. They were the ones chasing, right? This time, they are being chased, and it's going to be about holding on. And look, with the way they've been playing Mini Minor, everything tells me they are going to hold on, right? You know, there's been so many spanners thrown into the works throughout these games, but what these guys have shown is that they will make things happen. Look at this from Fredoxy. This is just ridiculous. Isolates the 1v1 with each player with just one single build, plays, hits both shots. It is just, everything is going their way right now, and it feels like, to me, the win is inevitable, but the teams close behind them are going to really fight for it. Vico's trio, Vanya's trio, who knows which one of them will be the one to step up and really give them the push, but I know both of them will fight.
Well, can we talk about Vico, Veno, and Flixie, Mini Minor? Sorry to interrupt you there, but this was a bit of a miraculous game for them. They managed to pull off a 4th place. Oh no, sorry, not a 4th place, an 11th place here. But it's surprising because Flixie was left solo very early at the start of the game.
Yeah, at this point here, you know, you have the chasers trying to close in. They're trying to find some eliminations early on. They're trying to get their Storm Surge done, but oh no, what's happened? Veno and Vico both gone down, leaving Flixie as a solo. And at this point, I thought, yeah, this got to be Raps now, right? But the way that Flixie was able to get these guys back up, and not only that, be able to make their way into the end game and, of course, find some Storm Surge tags, find some elims to pick up refreshes. And this is the moment right here, trying to find as much damage as they can. They were a little bit below, wasn't a problem for these guys at all. So the fact that they were able to get some points from this game, Levin, was a really, really great job from these guys. It keeps them just about in contention. It wasn't an ideal game, though, so they'll have to go back to the drawing board now for the last game.
Look, the problem when you're chasing a team playing as well as Fredoxy's trio is that good isn't good enough, right? They have to do enough, and to be enough, you have to be better than good, if you catch what I'm saying right now, Mini. Look, they can hold on in these games. They can find the silver lining and get a couple points here and there. They need to push past Pablo, Fred, and Chino, and that is going to be a tough ask right now.
Well, let's look at that top 9 at the moment, because as we have a number of trios have already qualified for global championships, we do know the amount of positions we have, right? 4 left. And as we already have, I'm just doing the maths here, so we already have 5 trios that are qualified in the top 10. We can see those positions and who's currently sitting in a spot to go to France. So obviously we can see Bevies, Festroki, and but I really want to talk about 2 trios here. And they are Seti's trio and Cammy's trio. Who would have thought it at the start of this tournament that we'd see both of them now in a spot? And Seti's trio, they pretty much already guaranteed 11.
Yeah, Seti's trio sitting very comfortably right now. They won't be stressing. They just need to make sure, again, they hold on. They don't do anything too silly. But I think they will be good. It's the teams below them that really starting to worry. And because you mentioned the teams in position, right? Some of the teams just behind that, right? In 10th, Mr. Savage's trio, they are right behind. They have a real opportunity here to do something special, to make the dream happen, keep the dreams alive.
Yeah, this is the fan favorite team, right? This is the team that I'm sure everyone at home will be egging on to get into the global championships. Everyone wants to see Mr. Savage. Everyone wants to see Reason on LAN in France, EU home LAN. It's got to happen for them. And it all comes down to this. They're not that far behind. What are they, 20 points or so behind? So that can definitely be turned around in this last game. Of course, they need the teams above them to not do so well. But what we've seen from these guys all weekend is their ability to clutch up in endgame, their ability to make these games happen. So if there's any chance for them to do it right now, I think they're in a really good state to do it.
They have to do everything. There is no barking up the wrong tree for these guys. Do what it takes to make it happen.
But when you look at the names on that team, when you look at the potential of Chap, when you look at the experience of Reason and of Savage, you know that these are 3 names that could be very much booking a spot in the global championships. We're going to head now into game 12, and after this, we'll find out who will be representing us in Lyon.
The final hour is finally upon us, Takada. One last ride on the Battle Bus for the Major 3 Grand Finals, and we will soon have our Bladed Champion wielders. Game 12, let's get it.
It's getting heated. Pablo Ferdoxy Chino leading the pact with Vico, Veno, Flixi close behind them. In Major 2, Pablo Ferdoxy and Chino, like Evan was talking about, got second place, now pushing for first. And we have a potential Cammy and Seti both making it to the global championship, but not as teammates, this time as competitors, each player looking to go 4 for 4 for these in-person events. They played together at Invitational. They qualified the last 2 global championships, and all that's left now for them in the path ahead is to qualify to this upcoming one. Can both of them do it? As we kick things off.
Can't have one without the other. So we'll have to wait and see whether Cammy gets the job done. Seti Yabko are likely did more than enough homework to lock in, but Chino, Pablo Ferdoxy, clearly uncontested this time at Supernova Academy. And it's the same story for Veno, Flixi, and Vico. No surprises waiting for them at their drop here at Brutal Boxcars. So despite some of the tensions that have kind of been driven up throughout the course of today's games, Takada, we are seeing everybody kind of get their fair shot at that top 3 for our current top 3 on the leaderboard.
Also talking about, qualifying range for the global championship, there's a 56-point difference between 9th and 14th. Any of those trios, even outside of that 14th spot with a good enough match, can qualify to the global championship. As a reminder, there's 4 trios that will qualify. However, due to previous trios already having qualified, that spot is 9th on the leaderboard. So a top 9 currently will put you in the global championship.
But for Ferdoxy, Chino, and Pablo, Ferdoxy said it last major, I want to do something special. And that starts with bringing in Chino and Pablo. A lot of sacrifices made. Pablo split from a longtime teammate. Chino split with Pink and Nebs. And obviously, it worked out for them last major, Takada. But it's about one step further every single time. And to win this Major 3 finals heading into the global championship would just be surreal momentum, I would expect, for Ferdoxy's team especially. But Chap, Savage, and Reason, the world is on their shoulders.
And pressure is on for this last match. Savage played 22-23 lands. Missed 2024, where Chap got 6. Reason has played all 3. And now the trio looking to make it happen once again here. But we can tell from Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino as they are...
God tier, Lou.
Yeah, they are kitted out. They are definitely kitted out for this last match.
Sometimes it almost comes across in the world of Fortnite where it just really feels like a team might have plot armor. Ferdoxy, Chino, and Pablo, by any means necessary, they're looking to maintain this first place position on the leaderboard. They want those Blades of Champions in their locker. And it might be a little bit of an issue maybe in terms of hesitancy, but with the way that they played, the confidence that they've had throughout all 12 games to this point, I don't think that I would ever anticipate them to play scared. And that's why I think so many people have had a lot of kind of confidence in the type of performance that Ferdoxy's team might be able to pull off this LAN or this event.
See how close it is from the quick stat, but hold my thought, Ferdoxy. You were talking about it, not a trio that's going to be scared to get aggressive here, even if it's the last match of the last major before the global championship. Picking up that quick elimination, good way to kick it off.
It's hard not to want to autopilot and start fantasizing about wielding that Blade of Champions too. If you are in Ferdoxy, Chino, and Pablo Wingo's position, you're making every single end game. Even if you're not a fully intact trio during those end games, you're still converting eliminations into winning opportunities. And now Ferdoxy chasing out not even sold that he realizes Howley is still on this beachfront with him, but Doxy thinks that he might have gone further up the hill. As soon as he wraps around this rock, he'll realize Howley nowhere left to run. Mistform's gonna come out, but Chino, Pablo, and Doxy, they're all just simultaneously thinking, bro, please just go down already. Doxy will find himself being knocked too, but Pablo and Chino, they can play for the double revive. And that's a nice set of eliminations to grab there, though.
Yeah, no stress for them. As Vico, Veno, Flixie, does Seti know? Does Seti know there's a full trio in the same building as him as he continues farming, matting up? This could be catastrophic for Panzer,
no.
Yapko, and Seti. Panzer's on track to qualify for his first ever FNCS LAN. And like I mentioned earlier, Seti looking to go 4 for 4, but it looks like the shots have come through. Veno's gonna try and knock out Panzer from the sky. Unable to connect, the Seti's done what he can to escape from the building. The trap, as not a single player has been knocked yet, but it might just be a matter of time.
Another player even further away, but this has been settled down to the low ground. Seti is going to be knocked. Seti eliminated here. Vico, Veno, Flixie closing in now onto Panzer and Yapko. They're just too hurt after getting chopped out. A little bit of panic now ensuing, but Yapko trying to keep his wits about him. He watches as Panzer gets eliminated right next to him. Veno, Vico, Flixie standing tall here at Lone Wolf Lair, but a third party could ruin the fun here as Vico, Veno, Flixie trying to be wary. Wheat, Nefrizi, and Sined have now jumped into the dog pile. But for Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're just content to take their wins here. Levin said don't get silly, and Seti, Yapko, Panzer, they weren't being silly. They just were casualties of not keeping enough of a lookout. Veno, Vico, Flixie, they just wanted it more.
Yeah, it's kind of an unfortunate end, but hey, the good news is I think they have more than enough points to qualify to the global championship. So unfortunately, they won't get a very, high top 3, top 2 placement, but they will be in France. So we'll see how that performance ends up coming through. And hey, hopefully Cammy can get a good performance here to join Seti and be 4 for 4 as well.
It's all about seeing who are going to be those 4 fresh trios headed towards the global championship. Mixin, Upwell, Focus. After that last game, they know that this is the closest that they have been this entire weekend to locking down the global championship. And you've really got to keep your mental fortitude going strong here, because any sort of hiccup could be all it takes for the rug to get pulled out from underneath you. So they're probably going to play it safe, and they're not the only teams looking to do so.
Patience can be key, especially in these final matches. But from our perspective, we can see on the mini map, no trios in sight. Potentially just waiting for a zone. Mr. Savage, Chap Reason now. This could be it.
This is going to be the fight that determines whether or not Chap, Savage, and Reason are going to be able to set up for the end game. Teeny eliminated. Chap, Savage, Reason still trying to see if they can find any more. A little bit of a halt here, though. Tayson, Trulex, Chicho, all these other teams are going to be an issue, but the starting point is that Chap, Savage, Reason, the way that they just collapsed so quickly onto Teeny, Trulegs is lucky to still be alive right now. Had it not been for Tayson, Hatredus, and Chicho showing face, this could have gone a completely different way for him, but even still, stuck.
That's a big elimination, though, for Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chap. I mean, they're in 10th place, and the trio in 11th is Teeny, Skavi, and Trulex. They're literally one placement behind them. So being able to eliminate them this early on could be what qualifies them if they get a good enough performance here in this lap.
And the worst part about it still is Trulex knowing what type of performances he's had on the global stage for the past couple of years now, Takada, to miss out on this first time ever would be if Trulex doesn't make it here today. And that would just be so tough to walk away from. But but they can still look to bring this one back. Storm methods have clearly panned out very well for so many teams. For Doxy, Chino, Pablo, definitely one of them. And Karama and Werex have got to be really careful they don't get caught out inside of the Storm.
Benya Pixie Marius, though, doesn't have to worry too much about that. We've seen the amount of heals that they rack up with their early game strat, but it looks like Mr. Savage Chap Reason once again taking pop shots at a different trio. This time it's CZB, Nathan, Axe Force.
CZB Axe Force debating whether or not they want to get a little bit more involved with this fight, or if they think that they have the better angle to try and take a third-party approach. Savage Chap Reason, they don't want it to end here. Not now, not yet. They still have more fight left in them. I'm trying to see. If Chap gets this knock onto CZB, that might be the determining factor here for whether or not Savage's team decides to fully commit onto this fight. A bit more brawl, but Chap comes up big time. Axe Force knocked. Axe Force eliminated. Odds are in Savage's favor, and they have fully boxed up Nathan. He just barely manages to get his way out. But Savage, Chap, and Reason, one elimination after the next. That's all it takes at times. Chino, Pablo, they might have a lead, but that doesn't mean they want to find themselves with an early departure from the final lobby of the day. The less chances of Venom catching up, the better. Double revive, though. And Chino, Pablo for Doxy. Now they're just left to duke it out with the Frenchies. Redix and Karama off in the distance, trying to run away.
This is not where you want to go down, being the first place trio. Luckily enough, despite Doxy getting knocked, looks like they did come out on top. A little bit of pressure, but now feeling even better.
Still a little bit lower on the material count than what they would probably want to be. But they had more than enough time to make up for it. Just a replay of how exactly they managed to overcome that exchange, and just really well monitored by Chino and Pablo. Taking the better angles. Vico, Veno, Sangild lurking. But he's a solo, and I don't think that this is the fight he's looking for. But granted, if Vico gets pushed back into him, Sangild might just ruin everything for Veno, Vico, and Flixie.
They cannot afford to go down here. Nice shot coming through, but it's not enough
First.
for a knock. Veno completely cracked. The good news is they've regrouped and they have time to heal.
It's another one of our first through third teams, though. Pixie. Oh, excuse me. Pigstorm Demas are the ones looking to get involved, but this is still very troublesome for Veno, Vico, and Flixie. Pigstorm and Demas are no foreigners to a good box fight here at Takata.
Not at all, but looks like they were pretty quick to kind of keep on moving towards the zone. Kind of just caught them on the rotate, but don't want to take any risks. As now, seems like they'll slow down here for a bit.
It's almost like time just stood still there for a moment. Inside of Utopia City, Veno, Vico, Flixie, 4 eliminations, rounded up as is. And Pigstorm Demas still kind of hugging along the side, kind of mimicking the rotate that Veno, Vico, and Flixie were taking.
I drop Ari and Cammy, though. This matches everything. Not close to as comfortable as a lot of the trios in the top 3, top 5. Being in 7th place. Just little bit more than 20 points off. They need to have a good performance here.
Knowing that City's already locked in, but revisiting what had started to unfold here at Utopia. Vico, Veno, Flixie on one end. For Doxy, Pablo, Chino, first and second, might actually just clash head on here, Takata. And now for Doxy, Pablo, Chino, they have to sit through that missed grenade. But other teams in the area, they're definitely going to know that's just one more healing resource that this trio doesn't have to work with. A little bit of a gap here, though, and just overtake building tops, and they're ready to bail. They don't need to stick around for this fight. Positioning just means so much more.
Oh, Teeny, though, on the ground once again. Chap Reason Savage hunting them down. Already 4 eliminations on the board. This is how you want to start off the last match of the day. if you're in qualifying range, but it's the opposite for Trulex. Trying to do anything he can to stay up here.
Trulix is just going to have to wait. Everything that lies ahead of them right now. And that's only if Savage Chap and Reason even let Trulix escape Crime City. He's trying to keep a low profile. But the problem right now, Takada, is that even if he does bring back Svi and Teeny with the reboot, even if Reason, Chap, and Savage decide not to turn around and key him for it, there's so much surge that they're going to need to compile, and they're just going to be so much further. Like, they're going to be 10 steps behind the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's playing on expert mode. Pixie missed arm. Quick replay to what they've been doing. Nice elimination. Bevies. Where's your team, Bevies?
Eliminated, sadly. Lone Bevies. A couple of players that he can recognize in the distance, but Bevies is a little bit... Everybody's just been looking kind of stuck in these solo and duo spots, Takada.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the first LAN for Enkidu, but having now all the pressure onto Bevies playing it alone, being the cutoff to qualify, just puts that much more pressure on your shoulders. Focus upward Mixon. Stellar performance in the last match, especially from Focus. Hopefully they can keep it up here.
And they're also another one of those teams that's got players. Focus and Opal are both looking to qual for their first LAN event in FNCS. It would be a crazy kind of accomplishment for these guys, and they're definitely looking forward to it. They've just got to play to the standard that is this set lobby. But match 12, you can just tell so many of these teams are just being very cautious on how they proceed, Takada.
That they are. Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, they pushed themselves into the top 3. With their performance here on day 2, it's been very consistent in the past few matches. They're just less than 10 points away behind Vico and Veno going into this match, but now with those eliminations, the gap has extended itself a bit.
Everyone in this lobby knows that this is just the last competitive opportunity if you're not qualified to the global championship. And with that in the back of their minds, it's likely a huge reason as to why these teams are looking to just try and slow play through this. But eventually, once we get to the moving zones, Takada, these teams are going to be forced to tango with each other just because of the fact that Surge is very likely going to come into effect. It's been a nuisance for a handful of our teams that have been kind of struggling inside of that 8th through 13th position on the leaderboard.
I'm even feeling it. Last game of the last major before Globals, and we're getting closer and closer now to the end game where it's all going to unfold, but you don't want it to end before that. Cammy's little tower gets taken down, being 6 zone, a potential for a massive pull here. They did not have the odds in their favor in the last match, but hopefully this time around they can. Trulex, though, hold on. Is he back in business now? Making it into the zone. Gonna be looking for that surge desperately, most likely, and Cammy might be on the receiving end.
Cammy, Hadi, eye drop. They're trying to be cautious, but Trulex, he is severely hurt. He needs Teeny and Skv to buy him a little bit of time. And Teeny, I'm just staring down. Mason's team now spots out Veno. But you can never peek for too long. They're in a slightly isolated position right now, Takada, but with only 22 above that search damage threshold. They know that they're going to need damage, but also they just need refreshes. They need material, and they need to just upgrade some of these heals.
What a zone pull, though. 7th, right beside them. Also very good for Cammy. I drop on Hari here. If you want a good zone, it's on the last match. You got to capitalize on it, though.
It's always great to finish strong in a grand final setting, but Hadi, Cammy, eye drop. It's right in their grasp. Their qualifying position towards that global championship. They don't want to let it slip through their fingers. Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxy just cutting straight through the center of the lobby. I don't care what kind of attention it might bring. They know that they moved early enough, but the focus has shifted elsewhere. Teeny, Trulex, V still continue to stare down Upple, Mixon, and Focus, but Teeny, more pressure. And that's a very rapid usage of the Mistborn, but they know this might be their fight. It's the only option they really have left over, but Mixon was too ready for it. Trulex is going to take the next stumble here and fully eliminated. A heartbreaking outcome for Trulex, Teeny, and Spee. But their downfall might be the come up for some of these other teams here. Mixon, Humble, they've still got a little bit more left in the tank, Takata. It doesn't take much, but they've got to just barely get over that hill.
Only wood for Mixon. No brick, no metal. Could that be a little refresh? Not looking incredible for them, but definitely possible. As Cammy's gone and gotten ahead of zone here. Mr. Savage now looking back. More than enough damage as Robin is on the receiving end. Mistborn being used.
Savage is going to need to summon all of the willpower from the Bear Army. Owners Watch Party better be going crazy right now. Germans also got to be getting wild for reason. And Chap too. Chap looking to make waves. They're so close to Kata to making it towards the global championship. It would be an absolutely Cinderella story there for Savage too. But iDrop, Hadi, Cammy, very similar circumstance. They want that globals qual. And iDrop, Hadi, Cammy, decent amount of surge above. And with the way that the elevation is going to potentially draw everybody's material count to be so incredibly low, they might not be that pressed on their builds.
They have to be careful, though. A lot of high ground retakes could come through here. Marius, Vanya, Pixie, eyes are on them. Cammy, Hari, and iDrop cannot go down here. Steady's already made it to the global championship. Cammy looking to go 4 for 4. If they get eliminated now, they might not make it. Cammy's been knocked. It's up to Harry to protect them or choose to play it out as a duo with iDrop, and that's the only option they're going to have.
iDrop looking to beat the odds, to beat the allegations. He's wanting to overcome and find himself at that global championship. Fortunately for them, they're still managing to just stay holed up and wait for the lobby focus to kind of dissipate off of them. Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxy, 4 eliminations. They've pinpointed Bevy's location. Hyper, Ghost, Jewel. They just decide, okay, let's not go right into the center of all this crossfire. Gonna try and take a different position. Chap, Reason, Savage, pulling up though onto Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino, and they've knocked Pablo. This is catastrophic right now for Ferdoxy's team in that first place position on the leaderboard. They're gonna have to leave Pablo behind. It now is entirely up to Ferdoxy and Chino to close this one out.
Benno pushing on to iDrop. He has to be careful. Hari's been fully cracked now. Forced to heal on up. 2 minis is all that he's got left, but no builds to get cover. Hari as well. 0 materials. A potentially tragic ending as now Hari's forced to play it out as a solo. He's going to have to ride the storm here. A pullback would be ideal. A med kit has been found, but high ground gets chopped. Marius gets cracked, knocked down quick enough. Pixie, Vanya left as a duo.
But Pixie still able to apply a little bit of pressure onto the teams underneath. They're going to wind up dropping as a duo. It's going to be hard to try and hold height, and they want to look for that double revive, but the lobby just chopping out the force from underneath them. Vanya is going to have to leave the rest of his team behind. Whether or not Pixie catches up to him, he's looking to play his own life. And sure enough, Pixie trying to hold down the back top, but Pixie gets chopped out. Pixie is eliminated. Vanya, hardly any HP, and it is falling like flies for our leading teams on the leaderboard right now. Takata, Vico also a solo from Veno's trio. Vico versus Vanya now to see who can try and really lock it out for that top 3 in the leaderboard. looking at our Major 3 Blade of Champion wielders, Takata. They just need to close this out.
One final end game to finish it, and they're just a second away from wielding that Blade of Champions. Frodoxy's gonna use that miss for him. He wants to close it out strong, but you can see the excitement. He saw the feed. The dance comes through. He knows what has been done as Chino looking to finish with a couple eliminations. Hyper gonna get pickaxed as now just 4 eliminations built up, but Frodoxy's left alone. 2 more builds on the board, and Tayson on the other end of the builds.
It's close enough for a victory lap. Frodoxy already knew that they had confirmed this Major 3 Grand Finals Blade of Champions position. He is just having fun with it at this point, trying to see who he can disrupt, just running around. Doesn't even matter what he does, inevitably get eliminated. Frodoxy still looking to ruin the fun for others. Tayson will be dropped. That's going to put Chicho and Atris now into a position where they have to try and hold it down, but Atris has fallen. Chicho still going strong, though, in the low ground. And even with only 10 builds remaining, Chicho, he sees Mappy directly behind him, trying to close the gap. Mappy trying to fight back, but Chicho, if he can get this knock, if he can get that siphon, it might just be the difference. Malabuka and Ping, though, they look so healthy, Takata. This is an insane finish right now. Malabuka and Ping off the top rope, chasing down whatever's left of Chicho's HP. But it's all about Frodoxy, Pablo, and Chino for me. They weren't content with letting Marius be the only Dane holding that title. The fact that now Frodoxy gets to join the mix, it is just absolutely cinema here. And they earned this win the whole way through.
You know, it feels good when in Major 2, not that long ago, they were in second place after the finals. They wanted that first place finish, that Blade of Champions more than ever. And with the performance we've seen from them today, they rightfully deserved not only that first place, but now the momentum going into the Global Championship, the next stop for them. But I also have in my mind, what's that leaderboard going to be looking like? Who has qualified to the Global Championship? Let's head over shortly, but it has been an amazing 12 matches, Taco. It has been incredibly exciting to close out this last major of the year. That is going to be it for Taco and myself here in the casting booth. We're going to have to head over to the desk to crown our champions and see how that leaderboard is looking. So Frankie Levin Mini, take it away.
Thank you so much to Taco and Takata for their fantastic commentating all season. And it is official. Your FNCS Europe Major 3 champions are Frodoxy, Pablo Wingo, and Chino. A much-deserved win, fiercely fought for, making good on their promise to go one better than Major 2 and take that Blade of Champions, Levin.
A well-deserved winner here on the weekend, the best team. They showed it on day one when they gave us a record-breaking performance here in EU, dropping high eliminations. They flew high all throughout the weekend, Mini. They did not come down at any single moment. And I can't wait to see what this guy does on the global stage. We've been searching for a team to really be, you know, our EU champion, the team that will do something for us on land, finally give us a chance against the NA Titans that have been winning it year in, year on. And these guys, if they can play like this on that stage in Lyon, they're going to have a good chance at it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the new age of EU domination is upon us, and these guys performed incredibly well last major, just about missing out on their title. Now they've managed to clutch it, and a performance of champions as well all weekend long. We talk about the domination, but the way that they were able to come back, bounce back after a less than positive start to the weekend for them. They would have hoped that would have gone a little bit better, but the way that they clutched up that record-breaking game, the way that they kept that momentum going across days, having to have a few troubles off spawn as well with teams contesting them fighting early on. They had all the elements of an FNCS winning team. I don't think anyone else could have deserved it more.
It's been such an impressive performance from these guys, as you guys have just put it so well. And it makes me so excited for global championships, because I know that there is a lot of discussion about North American region because they have some of the best players in the world. Obviously, we're going to be looking at Peterborough come September. However, when you look at the leaderboard, the names that we have here, not just for Doxy, Pablo and Chino, the names we have here are world class, and they're going to be putting up an epic fight when we come to that international competition.
Wow.
And you can see there, look at that 1 to 9 positions. We're going to be seeing Seti performing again. We're going to be seeing Cami, these two united on land but rivals, and we are going to see Mr. Savage, Levin.
Unbelievable. You can't forget Focus's trio in sixth. Focus, Mix and Upple, they clutched up towards the back end there. But of course, the team, the final team to qualify for the Global Championships from EU, Chap, Mr. Savage, Reason. Oh my God, I'm so happy, Minnie. My weekend has been made. Look, we try not to be too biased over here, but we all wanted to see Mr. Savage back on land, getting a chance to perform. We wanted to see Chap back on land after the year he had last year. Reason, representing Germany. I couldn't ask for anything more, man. The script, wow.
I just know the chat's going wild right now. The Fortnite community in EU, we all love Mr. Savage, we all love Reason, so lots of fans are going to be super excited now after that. And even Cami versus Seti on land, not in the same team. Super excited about that as well when we get to the FNCS Global Championships. I think lots of comparisons were made between these guys. Who's going to outplace who's going to do better than who when it comes to them splitting. Cami definitely took the hard route. He took the long road towards this spot, but that team in particular, super proud of them for making it through. And of course, Seti all weekend just deserved to be in that global championship squad.
And
unbelievable.
yeah. Cast your eyes, guys, to Focus, Mixon and Upple as well. Focus and Upple, this will be their first LAN, their first global championships in Lyon. The pressure is going to be on, but they have an experienced voice in Mixon on the team, Mini Minor.
Yeah, this is going to be really good for these guys. I mean, this is a trio that we didn't necessarily talk about at the beginning of the weekend as maybe a team that might be able to qualify for the global championships. But the way that they closed out today, that beautiful first place game going into this last game as well, that game 11 first place was fantastic. Just set them up, and to be able to carry that momentum, to be able to carry that confidence level was so crucial, and shows why they deserve to be at the global championships.
Yeah, and I'm really happy for these boys, right? Especially when you look at Upple and you look at Panja on Seti's trio, because they obviously were one spot away from qualifying for globals in Major 2, and it was looking, really rough at times, but they finally are able to make it in. And again, with some great games towards the back end of the day, it really goes to show sometimes you might not have the best of starts, but if you keep pushing, you keep fighting, your opportunity will come.
And can we actually talk about something we were discussing off camera as well, 11, about the fact that we're going to see some names at global championships who aren't necessarily the most experienced, the most tenured players. This is a really exciting time for Europe, and actually you can take a look at who they're going to be up against, because we can see our qualified trios from each of the majors now. I mean, the competition from North America, we're going to find out who will be joining the already qualified trios in just a few hours time, but I think that this is going to be a very closely thought thing, Levin.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at, EU right now, there is definitely a tide turning where we've seen so much fresh talent, so much new talent come through and make their mark here in the region. But where you really make your mark, where you become remembered forever, is at the Global Championships in Lyon. It's your chance to really show people that you're here to stick around. You're not here just for fun for one event. A lot of these guys have the talent to do it.
Mini Minor, has this been a birthday dream come true for you, this major finals?
Yeah, I mean, it had it all, didn't it, this weekend overall? We had some ups, we had some downs, we had some close horse races, 2 or 3 potential teams could have taken it at the end. And we also had some really close battles for those global championship spot as well, with some fan favorites making it in. Honestly, I don't think there could have been anything that could have gone better here as a neutral viewer of the FNCS. We had it all.
Now, can we have a quick chat about North America before we sign off? Who is going to be taking Major 3 in NA Central? Levin.
Big P gonna hold on, man. Come on, man. You can't go against Big P. Cold, my guy Ritual. Yeah, man, they're gonna hold on. Get the job done.
It's hard to disagree. I'd like to see a little bit of a Clicks comeback though. So, you know, I'll be looking out for them.
You're both
This
wrong.
guy's
It's going to be
always
Canada. Canada. I'm not pandering to anyone except Ignatasm Canada. It's his. Well, I guess I'll see you boys in chat. I'll see you boys in chat. And you guys, I know, watching around the world, thank you so much for joining us for the European competitive season. We love you all. We find your comments hilarious. And I know that you're going to have the best time watching North America later. But for us, we'll see you in Lyon. Sound that horn.